Helen, it's going to come out eventually. You are not going to be able to keep whatever it is you're worried about a secret forever. Maybe if you tell me, I can help you keep it quiet. I didn't quite know how I would accomplish that, but hey, it sounded good. So I would just worry about that little detail later. I knew it wasn't the most ethical viewpoint, but who cared about ethics when there was a killer to find? Wasn't it all about the shades of gray? At least that's what I practiced in my old life in human resources. So what if it was a little self-serving? It was all for the greater good, and that made those shades of gray tactics worthwhile. I could see Helen was wavering. My best guess was that she wanted to tell someone. She couldn't be happy keeping it all to herself, and I wanted that someone to be me. Come on, Helen, I cajoled. It will make you feel better to talk about it. He had us over $1 million in debt. That bastard, she choked out. These last couple of years, he got hooked on gambling. He started going to Vegas several times a year. Well, I thought he was at a political summit or whatever. I guess I didn't really pay that close attention. He lost heavily and owed some people, the kind you don't want to owe money to. He finally had to tell me because the bank was about to foreclose on our D.C. house. The house here in Alcon would have been next. My family would have killed me. We just had it passed down to us, and he had mortgaged it without my knowledge. He swore to me that he was done after this last time. I believed him. I really thought he wanted to change. So I took money out of the family trust to pay his debts. I thought we could put our life back on track. Boy, was I stupid. I still can't believe I fell for his lies. She put her face in her hands and sobbed. What happened? It was all a big joke. He was still making trips to Vegas, just hiding it better. Like most gambling addicts, he kept thinking that each time would be different, and that he would hit it big if he just kept trying, that his luck was about to change any minute. All that really happened was he got more heavily in debt to the people in Vegas. Not just in money, but to make a bad situation worse, they started to let his loans slide in return for favors of political influence. He did it at first, but it started to get more and more out of control. It got where he couldn't do what they were asking, and they started putting a lot of pressure on him. He eventually came to me and came clean. He said he couldn't continue to go through with it. They kept asking for more and more, asking for things that made him feel very uncomfortable. Imagine him having a conscience, she scoffed. I was thinking the same thing. Whatever they wanted him to do must have been pretty bad. When he said he wasn't going to do their dirty work anymore, they said the loans had to be paid back immediately. They swore they would kill him if he didn't pay up by Friday. We didn't know what to do, and we had nowhere to turn. I don't have that kind of money in the trust fund, and I couldn't tell the family. Sunday was the day he was murdered, a few days after this conversation. I started to get excited. It was morbid, I know, but I was finally getting some useful information. This detective stuff was fun. Although, like when fishing with my dad when I was little, it was fun only when I caught something. Who are these people, Helen? Do you think they went through on their threats? Helen glared at me. Who do you think they are, Presley? They're people you don't mess with. When I thought of Vegas, I thought of Bugsy Siegel and Al Capone. John Gotti was in jail and seemed to be the last of the true gangsters. It was hard to believe Senator Daniels had been tangled up with the likes of those men. It seemed surreal, something you only heard about in the movies. Could the senator have been mixed up with those kinds of people and gotten himself killed? Did that really happen in everyday life? It was hard for me to imagine, and I didn't view myself as that naive. Why haven't you gone to the police with this, Helen? They should know. In fact, they should have known at the beginning of all of this. People can't threaten you and get away with it. They would have a better idea of where to look if you gave them this information. I told you, Presley, I'm not going to drag the Daniels name through the mud. You don't think that these men will still want their money? I still had a hard time wrapping my mind around the fact the senator was killed by the mob. Of course they will still want their money. They don't care that Tom is dead. There is still a debt in their minds, and I'm planning on giving the money to them, if I can find a way to come up with it, she said, fighting back anger and tears. She was gaining some control over her emotions, I thought, by being angry, which was good. I always preferred angry people to upset people. Crying people made me feel uncomfortable. I just never knew what to say to them. I want to pay them off so they will leave me alone and I can get on with my life. It's only money, she continued. Was this what you and Toby were arguing about the other night at the coffee cafe? Helen was surprised at this comment. She had been so engrossed in her conversation with Toby that night, she hadn't even noticed who might be around to overhear them. Helen hoped Presley hadn't actually heard anything. That wouldn't be good. You saw that? Yes, it looked like you were very angry with Toby. Well, that had nothing to do with Tom. Something else altogether. I looked at Helen questioningly, waiting to hear what it was they were arguing about. Helen just stared at me. I thought that if I just stared back at Helen long enough, she would give in and tell me about it. This was an old human resources tactic. When interviewing, have many long pauses. The interviewee felt compelled to keep talking to avoid uncomfortable silence, and it was amazing what they would tell you just to not have uncomfortable silence. Fine, I'll tell you, Helen said, rolling her eyes. Sure enough, it worked every time. People just didn't like quiet. I had never failed with this in my corporate days. I was amused that Helen wasn't too upset to act put out over my line of questioning. I knew Helen wanted to tell someone. Toby's been having an affair that was starting to affect his future. I like Toby and don't want to see that happen. Wait a minute, I thought Toby was gay. Helen rolled her eyes again. That doesn't mean he can't have a fling. He's having an affair with Bobby Johnson, and that boy is nothing but trouble. I was trying to persuade Toby to stay away from him. Helen hoped this would satisfy Presley's curiosity. It was true, just not the main topic of their conversation. Oh. I was speechless. I hadn't thought about it from that angle. Not that Toby having an affair with Bobby was a big deal. After all, I already heard Toby was gay, and the more I thought of it, the less of a surprise it seemed to be. However, the fact Bobby was having an affair with Toby was a surprise. I wouldn't have guessed anything like that in a million years. No wonder his marriage didn't last. I assumed most wives frowned on that behavior. I wondered if Ruth knew about this little piece of information. I laughed to myself. I somehow didn't think it was a piece of news Bobby shared with dear old Mom. Ruth had just tried to fix me up with Bobby, so she probably didn't know, or she was in serious denial. I was sure my mother didn't know either. Wait until I told my mother about this. She would be so excited to have such a good scoop before her friends. This didn't have anything to do with the murder, at least directly, but it was great gossip. Yet it was hard to believe. Even with all his issues, I had always thought of Bobby as a ladies' man. Just then I noticed a black Cadillac, one of those big boxy types, slow down as it drove by. Helen noticed it too, and became visibly shaken. Helen, I snapped to get her attention, who was that? Simon Atkins. The guy who works for Cooper and who was on security detail for the senator? What does he have to do with anything? Why did his driving by make you so nervous? I'm not positive, but I suspect he has ties to the men Tom owed, Helen said nervously. You're kidding me. But he worked for the senator, indirectly at least. So, what does that matter? Maybe he was working for them to spy on Tom. Helen, seriously? He works for Cooper. Don't you think Cooper would know if Simon wasn't on the level? Helen shrugged. I'm sure those people are good at hiding that sort of thing. They seem to have their ways. Helen, you should go to Cooper and tell him. I told you I don't want the police to know. That will make things even worse. Cooper's not the police. Frankly, the police, and specifically Dirt, don't like him much. But Cooper would still probably feel compelled to tell Dirt. But because he feels partially responsible for the senator's death, Cooper might be able to help you. Cooper was in charge of Tom's safety, and he cares about what happened. Don't you think he has the right to know? I don't care, Presley. I don't want this to get out. I can handle it myself, she said stiffly. Helen, I implored, just stay away from me, Presley, and don't breathe a word about this to anybody, or you'll be sorry. She turned and walked back to her car. When Helen left, I sat in my car thinking about my next move. Floored about the extent of the senator's gambling problems, thoughts were spinning in my head. The someone or someones he had indebted himself to had definite motives for murder. I started my car and decided to go home and think about my next step. In fact, it might be smart to wait until tomorrow to pursue this. I needed to talk to Katie about this new development, and I knew Katie was busy and wouldn't be around tonight. Katie wouldn't say why either. When I asked, she was vague. I didn't press the issue at the time, but I planned to get it all out of my friend when I saw her next. I assumed Katie was spending time with Chris and didn't want to tell me after our discussion about him earlier. I had stuff to do today anyway. I needed to get the stuff I picked up from my mother home, and I wanted to do some shopping at the new outlet mall nearby. Maybe I would blow off the rest of the day and shop. It wasn't the most responsible thing to do, but I felt stuck about where to go from here. Who should I let in on what I knew? How could I make all this into something for my article, which I had to figure out soon so I could call Trevor back? He had almost reached stalker status. Having decided on a course of action for the day, I felt happy, even if I was putting myself further into the poorhouse and avoiding the tough questions. But as I drove by the grocery store on my way to the mall, I caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of my eye that made me slow down. Was that Ruth walking into the grocery mart? I pulled into a spot and wondered what I should do. I had myself all talked into shopping, but I hated to pass up this opportunity. One might argue doing something constructive to earn money was much better than spending it, especially since I didn't have many other income options right now. Fine, I said to myself, let's do the right thing. Ruth was already ticked at me about our conversation at the library yesterday, so how much madder could she get if I had a few more questions? The fact that this would probably get back to my mother, again, was a thought that I pushed to the back of my mind. Once I explained it all to my mother, surely she wouldn't be too mad, would she? And she wasn't that close to Ruth, was she? Right. Who was I kidding? It wasn't about being close. It was about embarrassment. When her daughter made a spectacle of herself, she couldn't be proud of me. I caught up to Ruth in the frozen food section, an area of the grocery store with which I was quite familiar. Ruth looked up from her groceries with an expression of surprise. I wondered if it was because Ruth didn't expect to find me here, or didn't want to be caught buying frozen pizza. That could be the kiss of death to some of the ladies in town. I lived for frozen food. Without a microwave and lean cuisine, I wouldn't survive. Presley, what a nice surprise, Ruth said. Nice surprise? Ha! I wasn't going to fall for that fake nicety. Hi, Ruth. I didn't expect to run into you here. Two could play this game. But I am so glad I did, because since our last talk, I thought of a few more questions I wanted to ask you. You don't mind, do you? Yes, I do mind. In case you hadn't noticed, I am in the middle of shopping, and I have things to do. Better things than to listen to you invade another person's privacy. Knowing all I knew about Bobby and his secrets, I knew Ruth felt she had a lot to hide. I didn't know why it would bother Ruth to have a gay son in this day and age, even one with a gambling problem. I couldn't understand why all the women in this town put so much pressure on themselves to have everything perfect. Perfect houses, perfect cooking, perfect kids. The list went on and on. It almost made me feel bad for asking all those questions, for making Ruth feel uncomfortable. Although it wasn't Ruth's fault, she had an idealistic image of how everything should be. So what? Bobby had a failed marriage. Not that big of a deal. What do you want, Presley? Ruth asked, interrupting my thoughts. I had planned to just blurt out that I had heard about Bobby, but knew that would be enough to make Ruth flip, so I decided a softer approach might be better. Actually, Ruth, I hoped to get Bobby's number from you. After I left the library, I thought maybe it would be fun to get together, for old time's sake. I didn't really want to reconnect for fun, but as I said it, it made sense to talk to him. Might as well go right to the source and see what Bobby had to say for himself. I could stay in my mother's good graces at the same time. Oh, I am glad you changed your mind about being too busy. I know Bobby would love to get together. He's had a rough time of it lately. She reached into her purse for a pen and a slip of paper. That's what I've heard, I said, trying to sound sympathetic, since it was clear it made Ruth happy. Don't believe everything you hear. People don't have anything better to do than to gossip. My Bobby is a good man. She scribbled down a number and handed me the paper slip. That's the pot calling the kettle black, I thought. Most folks would consider Ruth one of the biggest gossips in town. Don't worry, I won't, I said nonchalantly, as if I could not care less. I took the paper and stuffed it in the side compartment of my purse. I would hope not. Your mother wouldn't be happy to learn of you spreading hurtful rumors. Ruth, I am not the one spreading rumors. They're already out there. I'm just trying to confirm them. Maybe you should spend more time worrying about what's going on at home than what other people are doing. What's that supposed to mean? I mean, there are things going on right under your nose that you should be more concerned about. Now please leave, so I can get on with my shopping. I wanted to ask Ruth more, but I knew it was pointless. Besides, I needed to think about what Ruth just said. It made me wonder if it had anything to do with seeing my dad that night and him not telling the truth about where he was. I had tried to forget about that. Well, thanks for the number. Have fun shopping. My finger waved and made my getaway before Ruth could say anything else. My car beeped as I pressed the button to unlock it, and I threw my purse over to the passenger seat. As I was starting to get in, out of the corner of my eye, I noticed someone who looked like Simon. Squinting, I saw that it was Simon. He was standing next to a black car. It looked like a Lincoln, talking to someone through the open window. I couldn't tell who he was talking to and wasn't about to walk over there. Interesting place for Simon to be hanging out. The grocery store parking lot. Chapter 11. Don't you want to know who killed Senator Daniels' mother? I yelled into the phone, frustrated. I had barely left Ruth in the grocery store when my cell phone rang. I tried ignoring it, but knew my mother wouldn't quit calling until I answered, and I didn't want to shut it off in case Cooper or Dirk called. Now my mother alternated between giving me the third degree about sticking my nose in matters I shouldn't and yelling at me for embarrassing her with her friends. Ruth had called my mother the minute I left the frozen food aisle. No big surprise. Not to mention my mom was upset that I hadn't brought her stuff from Home Depot yet. I didn't realize my mother was in such dire need of Weed Killer and Miracle-Gro. I wanted to ask her if she knew anything about Bobby and his gambling problem, not to mention his preference for men, but she wouldn't let me get a word in edgewise. Plus, in a twisted way, I wanted to see the look on her face when I dropped the bombshell about Bobby being gay, so maybe it would be better to wait until we were together. My phone started beeping, signaling someone else calling in. I looked at the screen and saw that it was Cooper. I planned to call him anyway, so he had timed his call perfectly. Mother! Mother! What? I've got to go. Cooper's on the other line. Fine, avoid me now, but we're not finished, young lady. What time will you be home? She demanded. I don't know, Mother. I will call you later. I hung up and clicked over to Cooper. What? Well, I'm happy to hear from you too, King. Don't even start with me, I warned. I just got off the phone with my mother. Ah, he said, as if he understood. I didn't think that likely, but wasn't about to go into it, like he would care anyway. Before asking why he called, I launched into all the tidbits I had found out. Listen, I'm glad you called. I got some interesting information. Helen Daniels paid me a visit. She confirmed the senator had a gambling problem and owed some people, some bad people. Who? I don't know, just the kind of people you don't want to owe. She told me they were blackmailing him. Fuck, Cooper said under his breath. Why the hell didn't he tell me this? I knew he had a gambling problem in the past, and this doesn't surprise me. But he had to have known he was getting in over his head. He paid me to keep him safe, which is pretty damn hard to do when I don't know everything and everyone I need to keep him safe from. That's not all. Now they're trying to blackmail Helen for the money, according to her. And Cooper, it's not your fault. The senator made the choice not to tell you. You couldn't help that. Let's fix it by finding out who killed the senator and why. We don't need to fix anything, Prez. You need to stay out of it, and I need to fix it. Whatever, I thought. He must not know me very well. Have you heard anything? No, not really, he said without much conviction. I wasn't sure I really believed him. I just need you to stay out of things, Presley. I can't worry about what you're doing and give all my attention to this case. Plus, I still have other jobs I am working on. Did he really think I was going to listen to him? He expected me to tell him everything, but didn't want to share anything in return. Wasn't that like a man? I'll take and no give. Sure, Cooper, I replied, rolling my eyes and crossing my fingers. Everyone knew when you said something you didn't mean. It wasn't lying if you crossed your fingers. That was my out. Oh, and since it will probably get back to you anyway, I have something else to tell you. What? He asked warily. With that attitude, he was lucky I was even going to tell him anything. I should just keep it to myself. But I was committed to the greater good. I would tell him because I knew he was probably better equipped to solve this than I was. I heard that Bobby Johnston has a gambling problem as well. I figured Cooper already knew this, so I would act as if I wanted to share to make him think I wanted to help him. So, what does that have to do with anything? Cooper asked skeptically. I hardly think Senator Daniels and Bobby were pals. I don't know exactly. I just thought it was out of the norm and might relate to the senator and his gambling problems. Maybe Bobby and the senator were connected somehow. Isn't it sort of odd that in a small town like Alcon there would be two people with gambling problems? Presley, it might sound like a coincidence, but I doubt it's related, and the senator is not really from here. And many people have gambling addictions. You'd be surprised. Ask your dad sometime. I bet he could tell you a half-dozen people with a problem of some sort. Besides, don't you think it would be a stretch that they would be traveling in the same circles? Well, maybe gamblers and mobsters who loan out money to losers who gamble are tighter circles than we think. Besides, Betty told me Mabel Winter's daughter told her that Bobby saw the senator there. Well, if Betty told you, Cooper said sarcastically. Betty's gossip is always reputable, I will have you know. King, I'm not saying it isn't, but you have to admit it is far-fetched they would be running with the same crowd. I narrowed my eyes, and bad thoughts ran through my head about what I wanted to do to him for taking that tone with me. These were not the sexual thoughts I'd been having lately, either. No, they were strictly the evil type of bad. He was going to regret thinking my information was trivial. He was lucky I told him anything, and I wouldn't be quite so willing to share next time. I wouldn't tell him anything else, and he would be sorry when I came up with some fantastic information. Prez, he asked again, are you going to share and let me work with you? I told you this is not something you need to get involved in. Well, since you don't need me, I'll let you go, I said frostily. Please, just tell me what is going on, Cooper sighed. Sorry, someone else is calling in. A lie, but one he couldn't prove. You always wanted the guy to think you had someone else on the other line. Made you seem more desirable that way. This was what I had been trying to get across to Katie. Plus, I was still mad at him for laughing at me and my information. I would show him. Prez, wait a minute. Bye-bye, I said with fake friendliness, and hung up. I hoped he would call back. It was twisted, I know, but I enjoyed trying to decide if I would answer if he called. 5 minutes went by, and I started to realize he probably wasn't calling back. Damn, I thought. Hanging up might have been a little premature. I never even let him tell me why he called. Not to mention, I had wanted to ask him who Simon might have been talking to in the parking lot. Sometimes I let my emotions get the best of me, but he still should have called back. It was supposed to work that way. Everyone knows the girl should play hard to get, and the guy was supposed to suck it up and chase her. It had been that way since the beginning of time. Who was I to mess with that? I had to stop thinking about him because the last thing I needed was to start liking him. Nothing good would come of that. I pondered the men are from Mars, women are from Venus thing, and wished I understood men better, or wasn't so bad in relationships, or something. What was wrong with me? I started driving. Eventually, I was excited to see the outlet mall in the distance, thinking I would get back on track with my shopping idea from earlier. I considered myself a pro at spotting shopping a mile away, and could sniff out bargains with the best of them. As I drew closer, the excited feeling I got when I was about to discover a new store first, or come across a great deal, washed over me. This mall hadn't been open the last time I was home. Maybe I would come across some great find, and all my friends back in the city would be jealous. Pretty far-fetched, I know. I didn't need to be spending money. The bill collectors were about 1 week from calling, but felt it my duty as a professional shopper to check it out. I owed it to the economy and to others who may struggle with being fashionable to be able to take the word back about the new mall and share all the great deals. Not to mention that I always needed to look good, and I had been in Alcon longer than I had planned. I needed to freshen up my wardrobe. I knew that wasn't a healthy way to look at things, but that was a topic for a different day, and it would probably take years of therapy to break the habit. I pulled into the mall parking lot, and my excitement deflated a little. Unfortunately, it seemed to be the same old run-of-the-mill outlet, the kind with a bargain haircut place, a Chinese fast food restaurant, and a Starbucks knockoff called Le Café. Not very original. Of course, the fact there wasn't a real Starbucks here reinforced my decision to live in the city. But wait. Squinting, I could vaguely make out a brand all too familiar to me, and one I loved beyond, well, in a way, life itself. The sparkly neon spelled out Coach. I looked at my purse and wrinkled up my nose. It was a Prada knockoff, of course, kind of worn and dirty looking. I bought it from a street vendor right after the holidays. I thought maybe a new Coach purse was just what I needed, one that still had the new leather smell. Besides, I deserved a new purse just for having to put up with my mother this weekend. Plus, everyone knew Coach lasted forever. It was an investment in fashion. I thought I might check out the Chinese place, too. I hadn't eaten since that muffin earlier, and my stomach was growling, and fried rice sounded yummy. All this detective work built up an appetite. I walked into the Chinese restaurant, thinking I would grab an egg roll along with my chicken fried rice to fortify myself for some serious purse shopping. But I stopped short. Sitting in a grimy back booth, the place didn't look the cleanest, was Bobby, and someone I didn't recognize. I thought it unlikely that this man was a new boyfriend, if those rumors were true. If I looked in the dictionary under mobster, this man's picture would be worth 1,000 words. First of all, he was Italian. Not to be discriminatory here, but everyone knew that mobsters were Italian. Anglo-Saxons were more about white-collar crime. They liked to do it behind your back, really sneaky, and then deny. The Italian mob bosses called it straight out. Pissed them off, and you got a bullet through the kneecaps, if you were lucky. I admired that in a way. At least you knew where you stood with that style of justice. The man was also dressed in an impeccable three-piece Italian suit, I assumed, and he looked well off. High-quality designer all the way. I could tell from across the room. I would give the man credit for his taste in clothes. I loved a man in a good suit. Someone with that kind of taste couldn't be all bad. He wore a lot of gold jewelry, somewhat ostentatious, but since it fit with his whole look, I couldn't knock off points for that. It somehow fit. I admitted this guy wasn't bad looking for a mobster guy, if you like that type. He was older, maybe around 60-ish, with a full head of black hair and just a hint of silver, the kind of hair that looked distinguished on men, but that women spent hundreds at the salon trying to hide. I couldn't really tell how tall he was sitting down, but he was solidly built, thick, and strong, without being fat. Someone who, even on first glance, you knew you wouldn't want to run into in a dark alley, or in broad daylight for that matter, unless you were his wife, girlfriend, daughter, or priest. Should I walk up and talk to Bobby? After all, we went to high school together, and his mother kept trying to fix us up. I would go up and flirt, ask him to call me. But knowing what I know now, I wasn't sure that would be too successful. I smirked to myself. I didn't think I would be the one to change his sexual preference back to women. I was good, but not that good. Just as I decided I would sneak up on them and say hi to Bobby, just to be friendly and figure out who the guy was, my cell rang. Shit. The whole restaurant, which was actually pretty busy considering the traditional lunch hour had already passed, turned and looked at me. I forgot to turn the stupid thing down after turning it all the way up so I could hear it over my car radio. It was pretty loud, and I was sure the special ringtone I had chosen for my mother attracted their attention. I Can't Get No Satisfaction by the Rolling Stones. Bobby looked up and saw me, but the guy he was with didn't, which I was sure Bobby was happy about. He obviously wasn't as curious as the rest of the patrons, and he seemed really intent on eating his Chinese food. It must have been good, the way he focused on eating. A look of recognition, combined with shock, crossed Bobby's face. He recovered quickly and went right back to his normal blank stare. Incidentally, that was one of the reasons he had always annoyed me. He always seemed to have a stupid look on his face. He gave a subtle shake of his head as if to say, "Don't come over here." Even though I really wanted to see what was going on and meet the alleged mob dude, I knew that if I didn't call my mother back, she wouldn't stop hounding me. So I decided to give Bobby his wish, though he was nuts if he thought I wouldn't be finding him later. He was going to tell me what was going on. I didn't care what Cooper thought about the Bobby and Toby connection. My gut told me that the fact that both Bobby and the senator had a gambling problem and were in Vegas at the same time meant something. Putting Toby in the mix just added all the more reason there just had to be something there. I backed out of the restaurant, phone in hand, embarrassed because everyone was staring at me. You would have thought it was a 4-star restaurant the way they glared at me. Maybe a slight exaggeration, but I still felt it. I walked back to my car, engaged in another no-win conversation, and she wondered why I didn't call home often enough. To get my mother off the phone, I promised her more yard work. After I hung up, I decided to sit in my car and wait for Bobby to come out. Foregoing my Coach purse shopping was no great sacrifice. Once I got close enough to the store sign, I saw that it said, "Goach." I should have known there wouldn't be a genuine Coach store out here. As disappointed as I was, my bank account would remain happy. Waiting for Bobby to come out of the restaurant and talk to him to find out who that guy was seemed like a better plan. I was prepared to wait as long as it took. So, to be productive and pass the time, I cleaned out my purse. It was a jumbled mess, and I could never find anything in it. I had a bad habit of shoving everything in there. Amazing what a person collects in her purse, I thought, as I pulled out gum wrappers, a half-eaten candy bar, which would come in handy since I never got anything to eat at the Chinese restaurant and was starving, a past-due bill that better find a mailbox soon, and a bunch of other junk. I filed my nails, ate the candy, and started to play 20 questions, which was a very boring game when played alone. It wasn't much of a challenge. About an hour went by, and I was getting antsy with the need to pee. I wondered how long it took to eat Chinese food. This didn't seem like a place where people normally lingered over the food. They should have come out 30 minutes ago. I was just about to get out of my car and run back into the knockoff coffee shop to use the restroom when Bobby finally came out. The mob dude, as I had already named him, walked out behind Bobby, went over to an expensive-looking black Lincoln, got in, and drove away. He actually drives himself. Impressive. I thought he would have a driver. It showed he was a down-to-earth guy. Probably important for a criminal to show he was equal to the common folk, even if it was just for show. I wondered if it was the same car I had seen Simon leaning into at the grocery store. This was Alcon. Surely there weren't that many Lincolns on the streets. I waited until Mob Dude pulled out of the parking lot to jump out of my car and corner Bobby. He was just getting ready to pull out, too, as I jumped in front of his truck to stop him. He hit the brakes and rolled down his window to yell at me. "What the hell are you doing, Presley? I almost hit you." I ran around and jumped in the passenger side. I wasn't taking any chances. Bobby might try to take off without talking to me. "Excuse me, why are you getting into my car? Hey, stop it!" Bobby yelled, referring to me sweeping a bunch of junk off the front seat of his dirty upholstery. "Why? Are you afraid your car might fall apart if I clean it off?" If I wasn't mistaken, this was the same car he had in high school. It was pretty sad to me that he was still driving the same Chevy S10 he bought as an 18-year-old. What had once been a halfway cool truck was now riddled with rust holes and so much gray primer covering holes he had tried to fix that I could hardly tell that the truck had once been blue. "Bobby, this is kind of gross." The interior had stains of God knows what all over. "Get out, Presley. I have to be somewhere. What's gotten into you?" Bobby exclaimed. "We need to talk, Bobby, and I am not getting out of this truck until you tell me what I want to know." "About what?" he replied with a bit of an attitude. I couldn't blame him. I had a feeling I had just caught him doing something he didn't want people to know about, and I knew I was one of the last people he wanted to know about his problems. I hated to break it to him, but it was too late for that. At least with Bobby, we had once been friends, so he wouldn't go running to my mom, or me to his for that matter. It was an unspoken code among children of all ages everywhere, or it should have been as far as I was concerned. First of all, I want to know who it was that you were just talking to. I started ticking the items off on my fingers. Secondly, how much do you owe due to your gambling problem, and who to? Thirdly, what's going on with you and Toby? Is that enough for you? I don't have a gambling problem, and if I did, what makes you think I would tell you anything? Bobby sneered. What business is this of yours? Cut the act, Bobby. Don't forget, I knew you back in the days when you thought armpit farts were funny. If you don't tell me what I want to know, I'm going to tell your mother about the mystery guy you were with. I bet she wouldn't appreciate hearing you were in debt again. At that, he cringed. I hated playing the mother card, and it had only been a guess, but I could add 2 and 2 with the best of them. Besides, misery loved company, and it felt good knowing someone else was still deathly afraid of their mother. So how much do you owe, Bobby? I prompted him to get the ball rolling, so to speak. 150,000, he said, dejected, not even trying to deny the gambling issue this time, resigned to the fact I wouldn't give up that easily. Not quite as much as Tom Daniels, but then again, the Daniels have money, so comparatively it was a lot more. Wow, neither Bobby nor his family had that much money. They were just a typical middle class like my own. 6 figures might as well be $6 million, in my opinion. I was sure it was in Bobby's, too. No wonder he looked upset. Is that guy you were meeting with the person you owe? Yes, that's Garrison Palazzo. He's highly connected in Vegas and is owner or part owner in many different businesses there, one of which is the Blue Royale Casino, which is where I played and lost. Lost big. I was so stupid, Bobby said, putting his head in his hands. So is that the same person the senator owed? I don't know who the senator owed or even if he did, Bobby replied, looking back up. If he knew about any connection, he hid it well. He seemed to be telling the truth, which disappointed me. Not the fact he was telling the truth, but the fact he didn't seem to have anything to add to what I already knew. I knew it was a long shot, but I had been hoping he would be able to tell me something that would lead me to the killer. Now will you please get out of my car? He leaned over and tried to open the passenger door. I pushed his arm away. No. What were you two discussing? Geez, Presley, I already told you. My debt and how I can pay him back. I've been doing some odd jobs for him since I don't even have close to that kind of money, and I can't go to my parents for any more. I've hurt them enough as it is. What kind of odd jobs? When I thought of odd jobs, I thought of helping someone around the house or running errands. Somehow I didn't think those were the type Bobby was doing for Mob Dude. Just things, Bobby hedged, obviously not wanting to tell the truth, which I couldn't blame him. Like what? Mowing his lawn? Watering his plants? I questioned sarcastically. Presley, I really don't want to talk about it. I got myself into this mess, and I'm doing what I can to get out of it. I need to start a new life, and I can't until I get this resolved. And I sure as hell don't need you bugging me. It's not helping any. Why don't you go back to Chicago? I just stared at him, because, of course, I thought that whatever he was doing had a big chance of being illegal, which, even for Bobby, was a stretch. But he must feel he didn't have any options. He probably didn't. Sensing what I was thinking, Bobby spoke up. Don't worry, Presley. I am not doing anything more wrong than the gambling in the first place. I want to get out of this mess, not make it worse. Now please get out of my car. Bobby seemed depressed, and I couldn't blame him. He was in so deep, and it was going to take a lot to get out. Add to that what I imagined were his personal problems, and, well, I'd be depressed too. Who wouldn't? Speaking of his personal life, I almost hated to ask. Almost. I tried not to let these things bother me, especially when I had a problem to solve. Even if his personal life had nothing to do with the murder, I wanted to know. It was good gossip, and might come in handy. I saw a car that looked like that Lincoln. As a matter of fact, looked exactly like that Lincoln at the grocery store talking to Simon. Why? I don't know, Prez. Got everything you wanted? Would you please get out of my car? Now? You didn't answer my last question, Bobby. What's the deal with you and Toby? Bobby threw himself back against his seat, almost like he was having a temper tantrum. Now, what are you talking about? Bobby, don't play dumb. I've heard the gossip. More than just gossip, actually. And there's nothing wrong with it. Plus, Toby's a great guy. I'm not judging you. Toby and I are friends, Prez. That's it. Don't make something to be what it's not. The way Bobby looked at me, I knew he wasn't going to come out of the closet, so to speak. At least not now, even though it was obvious he was lying. I knew it, and I was pretty sure he knew I knew. But why push it? I had terrorized him enough for one day. I opened the door to get out and paused, thinking of one more thing. Bobby, do you think you could ask Garrison if he knew anything about the senator owing people money? Bobby looked at me as if I was crazy. Actually, make that one step past crazy to insane. Are you freaking kidding me? You want me to ask a mob boss about other people that owe him money? Specifically someone who's now dead? Sure you don't want me to just ask him if he murdered the senator? If you could, that would be great, I said, pretending to ignore the sarcasm. Get out, Presley. Go ask him yourself. Wait, forget I said that. Just leave me alone. Okay. But don't think you can hide this, Bobby. Dirt and Cooper are going to find the connection at some point. Do me a favor, and don't tell them. About halfway out the door, Bobby pretty much pushed me the rest of the way out. How rude he was being, I thought. When I walked back to my car, I spotted the sign on the knockoff coffee shop door that said, Internet access, 30 minutes per customer. This gave me a thought. Never underestimate the power of Google. The world was really at my fingertips. Bobby watched Presley walk off and felt his anxiety mounting. He really needed a larger dose of Lexapro. How was she getting all this information? Why couldn't she just go back home? She was going to open a big can of worms that didn't need to be opened if she wasn't careful. He needed to make a phone call, and he was getting so paranoid that he didn't want to use his cell. Between Garrison coming into town and his encounter with Presley, he was about to explode. He couldn't handle this. How did he get here? God, he just wanted it to end. Chapter 12. I sipped my large mocha latte, which wasn't Starbucks, but wasn't actually bad, and munched on the double chocolate brownie I wasn't able to resist. I tried not to think about those 5 pounds standing in the way of my looking super hot in my diesel jeans as I sat down at the computer terminal and typed in Garrison Palazzo. It was amazing what one could find on the internet. I almost regretted some of the crazy things I did when I was young because it could always come back to haunt me now. I hadn't ever searched my name because I didn't want to know what might come up. The search engine pulled up multiple hits. Many were from the Las Vegas Sun, which must be the local newspaper out there. Garrison Palazzo couldn't be all bad, as there were several articles on how he had given money to different charities. Probably did the philanthropic stuff to cover up what he really did for a living. Wow, last year he gave $1 million to a children's hospital, and they named a wing after him. He was either an up-and-up businessman or really good at hiding his shady side by giving away huge sums of money, thinking it would help his cause. I kept scrolling down and to more of the same, all making him look like a good guy. Okay, this was getting boring. Wait a minute. I was scrolling quickly through the repetitive articles when one jumped out at me. Back up, sister, I muttered to myself. I knew I passed it. It was right here. For the love of Pete, where did it go? I was getting annoyed when finally I found it again. The headline read, Local Vegas Patriarch Honored by the Businesswomen of Vegas. But it wasn't the headline that grabbed me, although the idea of him being honored by a women's group did seem out there, even for him. Rather, the picture next to the headline is what caught my attention. It showed a picture of Garrison and someone I presumed was the head of the Businesswomen in Vegas organization. That in itself was not a big deal, but the people in the background were what caught my eye. At a table behind the podium were Helen and Tom, which wasn't a big surprise, but Cooper was with them. What the hell? Why didn't Cooper ever mention he was in Vegas with Helen and the senator? He told me he had only been working for the senator for the past 6 months, and this luncheon took place over 9 months ago. Why would Cooper lie? At this point, I was more curious than ticked off. Cooper would have no reason to lie, would he? I was also going to have to ask Helen how they knew Garrison Palazzo well enough to be at a luncheon for him. I guess that put him firmly in the running as a suspect. He could have inside information that could be important, But then that shot my theory of Bobby and the senator having that issue in common, since I knew Bobby owed him, and he gambled at the same place the senator did. You wouldn't go to a luncheon for someone you owed money to and who was threatening you, would you? Unless that was part of the debt repayment plan. Though maybe it was to keep Senator Daniels on his toes, so he would know that people were watching his every move. It was strange that Helen didn't say anything about it. If they had a relationship with Garrison Palazzo, couldn't they go to him for help with this mess? Or if he was the one involved in this mess, why couldn't Helen just say something? It sure would make this much easier. I went on to search for Helen and Tom Daniels, which pretty much brought up the same information. I found it odd that I couldn't find anything on Simon Atkins, but maybe he was not very noteworthy, which could mean either he had no involvement or he was so involved that he was beyond the regular public eye. I wondered what I would get if I put in Cooper's name. I was almost scared to do it. It seemed like such an invasion of privacy, but his lies made me curious. I entered his name, hit the search button, and then sat back to see what it would pull up. Once the hits popped up, I was shocked and almost wished I hadn't done the search. As I read the lead article, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. This couldn't have any truth to it. There was no way Cooper was involved in what the article said. The article, dated about 2 years ago, had a detailed account of how Cooper and 3 other men were indicted on murder charges in Vegas. The article went on to say that Cooper and these men worked for Tony Spellman, a reputed mob figure in Vegas. Tony and another Vegas mob figure had a falling out, ending with the other guy being murdered in his home. According to the person who wrote the article, the evidence against the men had been largely circumstantial, and all charges were eventually dropped. However, there was still much speculation that the men had actually been involved, but were just adept at covering their tracks. Even though I was confident Cooper had nothing to do with murdering someone, I did wonder how he got caught up in the mess to begin with. He had a lot of explaining to do, and there was no way he was getting out of telling me this time. Thanks, Mother. This is really good. I sat on the couch drinking the iced raspberry tea my mother had just given me. It felt so good to relax and put my feet up. It's a recipe I got from Jeannie. You brew the tea with crushed raspberries and then strain the raspberries out. They give it a nice flavor. My mother sat on the couch next to me, and I braced myself for the litany of questions that were sure to come. So please tell me what you were trying to accomplish with your nosing around. I don't like Ruth calling me saying you were accosting her in the grocery store. Presley, that's embarrassing. Mother, I didn't accost her. I just happened to see her and wanted to ask a few more questions. Besides, I got Bobby's number and that made Ruth happy. Although if you believe the gossip, it doesn't mean anything. What, the gossip that Bobby's gay? I stared at my mother with my mouth open in amazement. You heard? Presley, we've been trying to tell Ruth that for years. She just won't listen. Thanks for letting me know. Sorry, but why would I think you would care about what happens around here? This is good gossip, Mother. I need to know this stuff. Okay, next time I will tell you. Now, please stay away from Ruth or any of the other ladies with this. How am I supposed to get to the bottom of things? That's best left to the police or Cooper, don't you think? That Cooper sure seemed like a nice boy. It's not like I'm stopping them from what they're doing. I just want to be able to write a good story. This is important to me. And yes, Mother, he is a nice boy. I know you have always wanted to write, Presley, and I am happy that you have your chance. But someone got killed here. It worries me you might do something that could put you in danger. We still don't know who broke the window. You could be in danger. Mother, there is no reason to worry. I'm a big girl. Besides, you know the window was probably kids playing a prank. I didn't really think that, and neither did Cooper or Dirt, but there was no reason to worry my mother with those details. Presley, you just don't know who might still be around. Bad people murdered the senator. They're dangerous. I will be careful, I promise. Now can we talk about something else? I wanted to ask my mother about my dad's behavior. I couldn't get Ruth's comment out of my head. I just wasn't sure how to go about it. We can talk about the upcoming flower show. My mother grinned, knowing full well that was the last thing I would want to talk about. Ha ha. Actually, I wanted to ask you something about Dad. My mother looked puzzled. Has he been acting strange? No stranger than usual, my mother joked. What do you mean? I don't know. He stayed out late the other night, and that's not like him. Presley, he's a grown man, and we each have our own lives. It is what has kept us together all these years. We have fun apart and together. If Ruth did know something about my dad, my mother wasn't catching on yet. Maybe I should just confront my dad about seeing him that night. It could be something very simple to explain. I was sure of it. I guess you know best. Could you repeat that, please? Better yet, let me tape record it, my mother joked. Funny. These were the times I loved hanging out with my mother. We really did have a lot to talk about when my mother wasn't nagging. I'm going to grab some more tea and then try to write something before Trevor has a fit. Want some more? Sure, honey. My mother went out to work in her garden to leave me with my thoughts and to try and write. All I had managed was a few notes and a loose timeline. This was harder than I thought. Maybe I should just take a nap. That might spark some ideas.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
This is Audible.
Stilettos and Scoundrels, written by Laina Molaski, narrated by Margie Lenhart. Chapter 13. Hello? Presley, I need to talk to you right away. It was Helen Daniels, hysterical. I could hardly understand her. What is it, Helen? What's wrong? I had fallen asleep, but the sound of fear in Helen's voice quickly woke me up. Just meet me at Gardner's old warehouse in 30 minutes. If you're not there, I will not be able to wait. It's not safe. You have to hurry. Helen, calm down. Safe from whom? Why all the drama? Helen? Helen? She'd hung up. I glanced at my watch. Crap, I'd never make it there in 30 minutes. All I could hope for was Dirt and his deputies were out investigating the senator's murder, rather than trying to keep the streets safe from speeders. I ran out of the house, running past my mother still working in her garden. Presley, where are you going? I'll be back in a bit. For dinner? I don't know, I said exasperatedly. I didn't need the 3rd degree. Where are you going? I'll explain later. Just eat without me if I'm not back. Prez, bye, Mother. I pushed 70 in a 45-mile-an-hour zone, my Kia humming, just hoping to get there on time. I was surprised my car could go that fast. In Chicago, the traffic was so bad you didn't really have a chance to speed this much. My phone rang again, but I didn't look at it. I needed to concentrate on my driving. Gardner's warehouse, located about 20 miles outside of town, used to be a production plant for some automotive part. The plant closed years before, when I still lived here. It was so long ago that I couldn't remember what the company actually produced. I pulled in the parking lot, gravel flying, hoping Helen was still there. The clock on my dash said it had been 33 minutes since she called me. I pocketed my keys, not wanting to weigh myself down with my purse, and jogged around to the front entrance. I had on flip-flops, not the best jogging shoes, but I was so startled when Helen called, I just ran out of the house without paying attention to what I had on. This was a big place, and I huffed, trying to catch my breath. I really must get in shape, I wheezed to myself. Helen hadn't specified exactly where to meet her, so I assumed she might be at the front entrance. She wasn't waiting outside for me, so I tried the front door, or what I presumed was the front door. It was unlocked, which I thought strange for an abandoned building, but I assumed Helen had unlocked it. Though had it been locked, I could have crawled through one of the many broken windows. I carefully stepped inside the building, and the darkness engulfed me. The little bit of light in the building was let in by the broken windows, and it took a few minutes for my eyes to adjust. It smelled dank and musty, and I could hear the scurrying of what were probably little furry rodents. I shuddered involuntarily and didn't want to think about what type of creepy crawlies were in this building, especially with me in my flip-flops. I wasn't thrilled about stepping any further into the building. Helen, I called softly. No answer. Where the hell is she? I tiptoed a little further into the building in an effort to be quiet, though I still couldn't see very well, so tiptoeing wouldn't do me any good if there was something in my way. All of a sudden, I felt a hand on my arm. I jumped about 10 feet and started to scream. "Shh, Presley, it's just me," Helen said. "Do you think you could be a little quieter?" "Then don't ask me to come to an abandoned building and grab me when I'm not expecting it. I can't see. You could have been anyone or anything," I retorted. "I am not a big fan of the creepy things I am sure are in this building." I took one look at Helen and grew concerned. She was usually one of those women who always looked impeccable, but her dark brown hair, usually in a knot at the nape of her neck, was disheveled and loose. I could tell Helen had been crying from her smudged makeup. She definitely wasn't her normal, put-together self. I could see that, even in this poor light. I still felt a stab of jealousy because, even a little worse for wear, Helen looked better than most women. Not fair at all. "So what is going on, Helen? Why all the cloak and dagger stuff? Why did we have to meet here, of all places?" I asked, looking around and waving my arms. "Should we even be here? The place looks about ready to fall down. I'm sure the owners wouldn't be too happy if we fell through the floor or something. This building is quite the liability. It's the only place I could go where I could easily see if I was being followed. Besides, we own the building. Rather, I do now," Helen replied, giving a little laugh, the hysterical kind rather than the ha-ha kind. "Why would anybody be following you?" I took a step forward, concerned Helen might really be in danger. It seemed so surreal. Helen tried to keep herself from crying again. "They called my house, Presley. They called my house and demanded money. They said if I didn't pay up, they would make sure I met the same fate as Tom. I knew they would want their money, but I didn't think it would be like this. I thought I would have some more time. I can't get my hands on that kind of money right now. It would look too suspicious. Besides, I don't even know yet where I'm going to get it." Helen then burst into tears. I waited for a few uncomfortable moments for the tears to subside. To help Helen, I needed her to calm down and tell me everything she knew. Plus, I had a few questions of my own. "Do you know who it was that called you, Helen? Who did the senator owe money to?" "I don't know specifically who the caller was, nor who Tom owed money to. I didn't recognize any voices, and they didn't tell me their names. Tom tried to hide as much as he could from me about this aspect of his life. I told you that already. And when I forced the issue, he told me as little as possible, usually just enough to get me to shut up. To be honest, it's got to where I didn't even ask much because I didn't really care." "Who else knows about the senator's gambling problem? Maybe that's who called you. Could it be blackmail?" I thought blackmail seemed as good a reason as any. "The only people who know about this, besides the people he owed the money to, are me and Toby. As the senator's assistant, Toby was privy to a lot more information than I thought he should have been," Helen explained. "Tom said he would find out anyway and that we could trust him. I don't think Toby is the type to try to blackmail anyone. Other than that, there's no way Tom would have told anyone else. He might have been a gambler, but he wasn't stupid. At least not that stupid." "What about Garrison Palazzo?" Helen looked up sharply. "What about him?" "I saw the clippings of you in the businesswomen's luncheon in Vegas. Are you friends? Maybe he knows who Tom owed." "Hardly. Friends or otherwise, he wouldn't be of any help." Helen cringed internally. She should have known that it wouldn't be possible to keep all the secrets buried. "Couldn't hurt to ask, could it?" "Trust me, it wouldn't be of any help." "But maybe it would be. You don't know until you ask. You obviously know him, Helen. He might have some information." Helen wanted to scream. Things were complicated enough without Presley bringing up even more dirt. Okay, could Tom have been involved with someone in whom he might have confided? I felt a little uncomfortable with this question, but it was common knowledge that he was a bit of a womanizer, so it would make sense he might be seeing someone besides Helen. If he had that type of relationship with someone, it wouldn't be a stretch for him to feel comfortable enough with that person to tell them some of what was going on. No, he wasn't currently seeing anyone, as you put it. He broke off his last tryst a few months ago after I found out because I threatened to take my money and leave. I guess he could have still been hiding it, but I don't think he would take that risk. That tramp who showed up pretending to be his girlfriend was lying. How do you know for sure? Because he might have liked those sweet young things he kept screwing around with, but he liked my money even more, and I told him that I wouldn't stand for his running around anymore. It was an embarrassment. I agreed with her. Well, at least I agreed that Toby was likely trustworthy, and that Tom wouldn't want to chance being cut off from the money, especially at a time when he so desperately needed it. From what I had heard about Toby, he was a nice guy and ambitious enough to keep his mouth shut about almost anything. But I wasn't so sure about the girlfriend thing. It would take guts for someone to show up and lie. What exactly did the callers say, Helen? Did you recognize any speech patterns or anything? Helen looked at me strangely, as if maybe she thought I watched too many crime shows. She would be right. I happen to be a huge fan of Law and Order, although after Jerry Orbach left the show, it wasn't what it used to be. But I had to start somewhere. I wasn't a trained private investigator, so I had to use what I had. Presley Thurman, P.I. did have a nice ring to it, though. On second thought, it sounded a bit too much like Magnum P.I., which maybe would make my mother happy. She always loved Tom Selleck. Helen pulled out a compact to survey the damage from crying, and put on powder and fresh lipstick, which pretty much made her look perfect again. All they said was that they consider Tom's debt my debt, and that I had until Friday at 4 p.m. to get them the money, and that they would be back in touch with a time and place to meet to transfer the money. How much money are you talking about, Helen? $4 million. $4 million? You've got to be freaking kidding me. How could someone get themselves that far in the hole? Did they really think he would ever be able to pay? More importantly, who could afford to let someone float that much? I couldn't fathom how much $4 million was. Obviously, it was a drop in the bucket to Tom. Even Helen didn't seem too upset by the amount of money. In fact, the other day she said the amount was over $1 million. $4 million was significantly over $1 million, and she was so nonchalant about it. She seemed more upset these people were not giving her enough time to pull the money together than she was about coming up with the money itself. Helen, you have to tell the police. I can call Dirt and have him meet us out here. This is too much for you to handle alone. I pulled out my cell and started to dial. No! Helen shouted. They said no police or they would kill me too, and I believe them. They told me things about my routine so I would know they've been watching me. I don't want to handle it alone. That's why I came to you. I'm afraid to even go around town because I just know they're out there watching. Oh, Presley, I don't know what to do. She started crying again. I have no idea what to do either, I thought. What the hell did she think I could do? I was just an HR person turned wannabe writer, now turned private investigator, if you interpreted the term loosely. My real talents were in shopping and finding great deals. Helen, you can't just pay them. I mean, how do you know they will go away after that? They could keep coming back for more and more. Why would they do that? I'm sure if I pay them, this will go away. They just want their money. Isn't that honor among thieves or something? Why would they keep after me? Or something was right. Helen seemed to think this was no big deal. She was nuts if she thought it would be that simple. Even if she paid them, surely they would know how much it was worth to her to keep things quiet, and nothing would prevent them from asking her for more and more money. The threat of exposure would always be there. I had to convince her to at least let Dirt know. He would know how to help, and I was sure he would keep it from the FBI, since he wasn't thrilled about us being in the middle of this thing to begin with. Crap. I realized I hadn't made it to the station to talk to the FBI yet. But what if they don't, Helen? They are the bad guys. Do you really think people who threaten you with death if you don't pay them have any scruples? I pleaded with her. You have to go to the police. Dirt can help you, and we can trust him. I promise. Or at least let's tell Cooper. He's not the police, and he can help. He knew Tom, and even though he didn't know about this, he can help us. No one can help me, and telling Cooper would be bringing on more trouble than I need, Helen said furiously. Why? Cooper has ties to those guys too, Presley. How do you think he came to work for us in the first place? What are you talking about? What the hell was Helen talking about? And you'd better not tell anyone either. Helen ignored me and kept right on talking. My life is at stake here, so don't screw this up for me. I don't know what I was thinking telling you anyway. Me either, I thought. Helen seemed more like her normal, cold, calculated self. Yay for me, I thought sarcastically. What the hell did she mean about that comment about Cooper? I had to get to the bottom of that. All of this was making my head hurt. Helen, the murderer had to know the senator's routine, or how else would they have known to catch him alone at home? At the very least, they were spying on you both at the house. Have you noticed anything or anyone that is out of the ordinary? And please tell me what you mean about Cooper. What Helen said got me thinking about many things. The murderer had to have insider information. If Helen could be believed, and I didn't see why she would lie, Tom's gambling problem was something only she and Toby were aware of. It didn't fit. There had to be others who knew, even if Helen didn't think they knew. There didn't seem to be anything else that would put the senator in a position where people would want to murder him. I didn't see what Toby could possibly have to gain, and neither did Helen. There had to be someone on the staff who knew more than Helen thought. Wasn't there always an inside connection? Maybe whomever it was Helen had been making out with in the car. Besides, the senator was killed late at night, so someone had to have access to the house and be pretty confident no one would be around that time of night when the senator was working late. No, I told you that no one knew. I am sure of that. It would have leaked to the press if anyone other than Toby knew. That's the way it works. No one would have kept this information to themselves without a price, and no one came to us for money other than what he owed to the casinos. I don't think the rest of the staff is that loyal. The media vultures would pay a fortune for that kind of information. You came to me, Helen? Please, Helen said dryly. Your mother would have your hind end if you went to the bigger rags over this. True, I thought wryly. What about Bobby Johnston? I was getting more curious about the Cooper situation, especially since Helen kept dodging the question. Why would she keep ignoring me if there wasn't something bad there? She shrugged. What could that possibly have to do with anything? She took out a cigarette to light up. That threw me off track for a minute. This wasn't the public side one usually saw of Helen. She noticed me staring at her. Filthy habit, I know, but it's times like these that I can't stop. She inhaled noisily. Makes me feel so much better. Anyway, according to the rumor mill, Bobby also has a gambling problem. That was a confirmed rumor, but I wasn't going to tell Helen that. I wanted to see what she might tell me, and the best way to get information was to play as if he didn't have a lot. People love to be the one to tell you things. Presley, that has nothing to do with anything, Helen interrupted. Bobby and whatever issues he might have are not connected in any way to Tom. Don't be stupid. Then what do you want from me? I was exasperated that all she could do was speculate. I need you to get your little friends, Dirt and Cooper, to stay away from this, to leave me alone until I can get this matter taken care of. The last thing I need stressing me out in this whole mess is interference from those two. Wow. Took a cold-hearted person to say that the men trying to solve her husband's murder were stressing her out, rather than the fact that he was dead. I'm assuming you mean Dirt and Cooper. They are both determined to find out who killed Tom. I know who killed Tom. It was these bad guys, and prosecuting them won't bring him back. I just want to make them go away so they don't kill me too, and I can't do that with those two sniffing around, she said, examining her nails on one hand, holding a cigarette in the other. Besides, the last thing they probably want to do is get more involved than they already are. I don't know what makes you think they will listen to me, Helen. I'm sure you can figure something out. Plus, you owe me. How do you figure? Jeez, this lady was a piece of work. I don't have time to go into all that, she said, waving her hand as if to dismiss my question. Anyway, keep them off my back until Friday. After that, this will be over and I'm out of here, then you can do whatever the hell you want. She threw her still smoldering cigarette on the ground and walked away. Helen? Bye, Presley. Don't forget our agreement. She waved to me with one of those frou-frou insincere waves, and left me wondering when I ever agreed to do anything, and what the hell was going on with Cooper. Chapter 14. Helen left, and I sure as hell wasn't sticking around this creepy place. With Helen confirming the gambling angle, I felt I was making progress. For some reason, my gut kept telling me that Simon Atkins, one of Cooper's guys, and the son of Garrison Palazzo, was somehow involved. There was just something about him that didn't seem quite right. Helen's refusal to try and contact Palazzo when she and Tom had known him was making it all the more strange. I only met the man once, but it was weird how I kept running into him everywhere. At Betty's, at the store, and now here. Weird. Maybe I was biased because he was an ass the first time I met him and now held a grudge. But hey, I really didn't have much else to go on. The easy way to find out about him would be to ask Cooper. After all, Simon worked for him, and surely he had thorough background checks on all of his employees. It did pose a small problem, however. First of all, I didn't want Cooper to know I was still investigating. Maybe he really believed me before when I told him I would share information. Ha! Like he would be that naive, but I didn't want to press my luck. More importantly, if I saw Cooper, I knew I would feel compelled to ask him about what the internet search had revealed and what Helen meant by her comments. That was driving me crazy. Even though, for the most part, I felt sure he was innocent of any of those criminal charges, there was always the chance I was wrong, and I didn't want to face that possibility. I wanted a little more time to think about things and about how to best approach the situation. Who else might have information about Simon? Suddenly, I thought of the perfect person. Okay, maybe not perfect, because that would be Cooper, but someone who would hopefully know something about Simon's background. As the senator's assistant, Toby would have to know something, wouldn't he? As the senator's right-hand man, he would probably have in-depth knowledge about the people who spent time around the senator. Wouldn't he have been the person to hire Cooper's firm in the first place, or have at least handled some of the details? Maybe he knew about the people who worked for Cooper. I thought it seemed logical. Besides, the other positive in going to Toby was that I could ask him about Bobby. If I remembered right, Toby had a place in the apartment complex off Pinehurst. I looked behind me to see if there were any cars. It was all clear, so I made an illegal U-turn. My philosophy on illegal U-turns was pretty much the same as it was on speeding. If the cops weren't around, then it wasn't illegal. I saw Toby's yellow Mercedes in the parking lot as I pulled into his complex. Such a nice car, and it really suits him. Pulling into a parking spot and turning the car off, I thought the easy part was over because I wasn't exactly sure which apartment he lived in, and it was pretty late to just start knocking on doors. Interrupting dinner wouldn't gain me any friends. Then it came to me. I could look at the mailboxes. Ever impressed with my intelligence, I began to wonder whatever happened to small and cozy apartment complexes, and after a fruitless 15 minutes of checking boxes, I felt frustrated. I still hadn't found his. It seemed like there were a million buildings. When I pulled into the parking lot, I hadn't realized they had built an entirely new section in back. So what I believed would be an easily achievable task was becoming much more difficult than originally planned. About to take a break and go get some coffee to fortify myself, I hit the jackpot. Apartment 218, Toby Stone. Eureka! I could talk to him and then go get coffee. I pressed the door buzzer to the building and waited, tapping my toe impatiently. How freaking big was his apartment that it took so long to answer the buzzer? After all the walking around I did to find this stupid apartment, I wanted to sit down. My flip-flops were killing my feet. I pressed the buzzer again and finally heard the click of the security door. It's about time, I thought. When I stepped off the elevator on the second floor, Toby was standing in his doorway. By the look on his face, I had a feeling he was expecting someone else to walk off the elevator. Quickly, that look was gone and replaced with a wide smile. Impressive. He was getting good at this political stuff. Too bad for him I was observant. A less astute person might not have caught that. Hi, Presley, I wasn't expecting you. Obviously, that was the understatement of the year. Just as brightly and just as fake, I replied. I was in the neighborhood and thought I would stop by. I had a couple of questions I thought you could help me out with. For instance, who are you really expecting that you don't want me to see? Sure, Toby stood in the doorway. It looked like he didn't want to invite me in. In my opinion, that meant he definitely didn't want me to see who he was expecting. Little did he know that two could play at that game. Can I come in for a minute? I asked sweetly. I could see he didn't want me to, but he didn't know how to say no. Resigned, he opened the door wider and stepped back, motioning me inside. Stealing a glance around the apartment, all I could think of was that he had better taste in home decorating than I did, and must make a hell of a lot more money than me. But his apartment here in Alcon probably cost half of what I paid a month for my condo in the city, which I could tell already was a lot smaller than Toby's place. There was something to be said for living in a small town. "Your apartment is beautiful, Toby." I was sincere about that. His apartment was beautiful, something straight from a Pottery Barn catalog. "Thanks. Have a seat." He seemed distracted as he motioned for me to sit down on his cream leather chaise. As I sank down into its fluffiness, I thought, I might never be able to get back up. Hell, I may never want to get up. I struggled to sit up straight and put the thought that this was the most comfortable couch I had ever sat on out of my head. I couldn't forget why I came here in the first place. Toby looked at me expectantly. I could tell he was anxious to get this over with and me out of his apartment. He must have something to hide, or he wouldn't be so uptight that I stopped by. He was also freshly showered, still damp hair a telltale sign, and was dressed in casual but nice clothes, not the kind you put on if you were just going to hang out on the couch for the night. That's what I would do. In fact, I wasn't far from it now. Damn Helen and her drama waking me up from my nap and making me rush out in sweats and flip-flops. I was a little offended he wasn't offering me anything. He certainly wasn't being a good host. "What do you know about Simon Atkins?" I asked bluntly. No reason to draw it out, since Toby seemed to not want me here anyway. Toby seemed taken a little off guard. "Why?" What was she up to? "Because someone is trying to shake Helen down for the money Tom owed. And don't you think there is something, odd about him?" Helen swore me to secrecy, but since she said Toby was the only other one who knew about the senator's gambling problems, I figured she wouldn't mind. Besides, with her attitude earlier, I didn't really care if she minded. There was no way I could even begin to help her without giving up some of what she told me. "I've been thinking that maybe he could be connected to the senator's murder. Maybe there is something in his background?" I trailed off. Toby gave me a puzzled look. At least this was how he hoped he looked. Why couldn't she just leave it alone already? This woman was making his job so much more difficult. What was Helen thinking talking to her? That woman was going to be the death of him. And to think he used to think the senator was a pain in the ass. "Depends on what you mean by odd, Prez. A lot of those security types seem off to me. Carrying guns and knowing 50 ways to kill a man with your bare hands seem like odd behavior to me," Toby chuckled. It seemed a little forced, but I thought probably because he wanted me to leave. "True," I nodded, "but I mean odder than just that. There's just something about him that I can't really explain it. It's more of a feeling. Plus, he was a real jerk when I came to interview the senator, not wanting to even let me in to see him for a second. I didn't plan to share how Simon drove past us and how it made Helen nervous. I thought that might be sharing too much, so I tried to be vague, though it seemed all I did was make Toby think I was crazy. "Presley, I think that's his job. He's supposed to be aware of what's going on, and that day he was following Cooper's orders because of some threat or something. I don't see anything sinister in it," Toby chastised. I didn't know what else to say. Toby didn't seem to think twice about Simon. I was hesitant to bring Bobby up. Even though Helen didn't want to give any validity to my thoughts about him, I thought maybe there was a connection. Even if there wasn't, I just wanted to know. Should I ask Toby and pretend I didn't know he and Bobby were involved? Before I could say anything, Toby stood up as if to push me out the door. "Listen, Prez, it's been a long day, and I've really got to get some sleep. Did you have anything else?" Sleep my ass. He just wanted me gone. People don't light candles and make dinner, which I could smell cooking in the kitchen right before bed. However, I didn't have the energy to call him on it. "Okay, but you will let me know if you hear anything, won't you?" "Sure," Toby said, all but pushing me out the door. He closed the door behind her and leaned against it. What a close call that was. He looked at his watch. He had just enough time to call Chris. He wasn't going to like this at all. Chapter 15. That was a waste of time, I thought, sitting in my car. Well, it was, except for getting to see what great taste Toby had in interior design, which made me feel bad about my own efforts. My apartment didn't look nearly that good. After leaving Toby's apartment, I sat in my car for the next 10 minutes trying to decide my next step. Toby didn't have any useful information about Simon, and I believed he told me what he knew, which was nothing. I was bummed I didn't get to see who he was expecting, although I was pretty confident he was waiting on Bobby. Who else would he have over and want to keep such a secret? Unless he was seeing someone else, and well, that was another issue altogether. When I was about to give up and go home, my cell phone rang. Looking at the display, I saw it was Cooper. According to the screen, it was the 4th time he had called in the last hour. I had left my phone in the car while at Toby's. All these phone calls gave me the feeling that he knew I wasn't holding to our agreement from last night. However, I could always hope he had called so many times because he missed me and wanted to ask me out, or at least wanted to kiss me again. My stomach got a few butterflies with that thought, but they were quickly replaced by a feeling of annoyance. Why did he feel the need to check up on me? And damn it, why did I like it? I debated whether or not to answer it. If I didn't, he would keep calling back, so I might as well answer. Plus, I really wanted to talk to him, but he didn't need to know that. I sighed. Why was life so complicated? "Hello," I said cautiously, wanting to keep any and all enthusiasm out of my voice. "Presley, it's about damn time you answered your phone," Cooper said. I listened, rolling my eyes. Even though he couldn't see my response, it made me feel better. "Presley." I'm here, keep your shorts on." "Or not," I giggled. A thought of Cooper naked in front of me was definitely a good vision, and one that made me feel warm and tingly. "Where are you, and what's so funny?" Cooper demanded. Delicious thoughts of a naked Cooper were quickly pushed aside, replaced by thoughts of strangling him. I disliked his tone, and didn't like feeling like he was monitoring me. These back-and-forth feelings were exhausting. "What's it to you?" Not going to make this easy for him. At least I could get some satisfaction from that. I could hear him breathe heavily into the phone, as if to calm himself before speaking again. I rather liked knowing I was getting under his skin. At least I was affecting him in some way. Better than nothing, right? "King, I'm just concerned." Cooper was a lot more concerned than he wanted to be about Presley. This was not the sort of complication he needed right now. "Like hell," I snorted. "Fine, I'm in the parking lot of Toby Stone's apartment building. Does that make you happy?" Let him get mad. Like I cared. "What are you doing there?" "I stopped here on my way home from meeting Helen at Gardner's warehouse," I said, and braced myself for his response. That was sure to get him going. "What?" He yelled so loudly that I had to move the phone away from my ear. "What the hell were you doing there? What were you thinking? I thought I told you to leave well enough alone. Do you think meeting Helen in places far away from the beaten path is leaving this alone?" he asked. I ignored him. "What would you say if I told you I saw Bobby Johnston having lunch here in Alcon with Garrison Palazzo?" "I would say that's somewhat hard to believe, but let's get back to the Helen issue. Why did you meet her? What did she want?" "Unbelievable, huh? I will have you know that I saw that happen with my own 2 eyes." "What?" "But you don't consider my information to be good, so I won't bother you with the details." "Fill me in now," he barked. "I want to know what Helen had to say and where you saw Garrison Palazzo. How do you even know it was him? And why were you at Toby's? This is not staying out of things." "Not with that attitude. Besides, I don't know why this surprises you. Did you really think I was going to sit quietly by? You're not as smart as I thought, Cooper." "Prez," he warned. I was just getting ready to give Cooper another piece of my mind when I heard him talking to someone in the background. "Cooper, who are you talking to?" "Just a sec, Prez." It sounded like he was covering the phone with his hand to muffle the sound of whoever he was with, and I couldn't understand anything he was saying. But I could tell it was a woman's voice. It was definitely a girl. Jerk. "Okay, I'm back. Presley, you need to tell me what you know." "Who are you with, Cooper?" Cooper sighed. "Lisa Simmons." "What? You told me not to talk to her. So what are you doing with her?" I was pissed. More pissed than I thought I should be. "Listen, she just stopped by." "I'm going to let you go." "Wait, Presley, you need to listen to me, and if I think you shouldn't be involved, promise me you will back off." "Maybe." Cooper figured this was as good as he was going to get from her, so decided to drop it. for now. Now, answer my questions, please. I saw Garrison out at the new strip mall, eating Chinese food. And? Not much happened. They ate, they talked, Bobby came out, and Garrison Palazzo left. I asked Bobby about it, and he wouldn't tell me much, but I think he was hiding something. What gave you that impression? He said that he had to help that Palazzo guy because he owed him. He wouldn't tell me exactly what he was doing for him, but he acted nervous, and I just think there is something going on there. Bobby got in trouble gambling, so who knows what else he is into. Presley, you need to stop asking questions. When you find this stuff out, just come to me, and I will handle it. No, Cooper. This is a team effort, remember? Do you want the answers to your other questions or not? No, you don't know what you are doing. Leave this stuff to me. I snapped my phone shut and quickly turned it off. Now Cooper's calls would go right to voicemail. I could later claim the battery died. Oops, should have brought my car charger. I threw my phone in my purse and started the car. I was calling it a night. I wanted to go home and stuff myself with some of the chocolate cake I knew my mother made for dinner. That would definitely be worth listening to my mother complain about me not being home hours ago with the stuff I picked up. Wait a minute. Jackpot. Yes! I knew that if I waited long enough I would see Toby's guest. What's that saying? Good things come to those who wait. I watched Bobby Johnston stroll up the walkway to Toby's building. I couldn't tell what apartment he went into, but I doubted he was visiting anyone else this time of night. That would be quite the coincidence. Part of me wanted to go back to Toby's and surprise him and Bobby, if he would even open the door, that is. I decided against it. For one, I was sure they didn't murder the senator, and I might as well give them some privacy. Eventually this would be out, and everyone would be gossiping about them soon enough. And for another thing, the thought of chocolate cake was much more enticing than solving a mystery at this moment. Besides, I needed to figure out how to deal with Cooper. I knew he wouldn't be happy about me hanging up on him, and he was pissed off to begin with. I put my car in drive to pull out of the apartment complex and turned left. Shit, I was supposed to turn right. This is a dead end. I pulled into an empty parking spot, put my car in reverse, and backed out, noticing a black Cadillac through my rearview mirror. Was that Simon? There couldn't be that many black Cadillacs in this town. I looked harder and realized it was Simon's car. What was he doing there at Toby's apartment complex's parking lot with a woman? And, most surprising of all, the woman was Helen. Of all people! What the hell was going on? Helen had just told me she was afraid of Simon, and here she was in a car with him. This was getting weirder by the second. Now I regretted hanging up on Cooper, because I would love to tell him about this turn of events. We shouldn't be meeting like this, Helen hissed. Relax, Helen. Don't tell me to relax, Simon. Toby lives here, for God's sake. This is a small town. I can't afford to have anyone see me with you. But it's okay to be seen with Chris? Oh, stop it. You know that has to be done. Well, I don't have to like it. You need to worry about Garrison hanging around. Baby, I told you I can handle him. You'd better. Chapter 16. Walking out of the coffee cafe, sipping my large latte, looking up at the bright sky, I wished they made gallon-sized cups and that I hadn't left my sunglasses in the car. Last night I hadn't been able to sleep at all, tossing and turning until finally giving up at 5 a.m. and doing some work on my computer. I put together the notes I had thus far for my piece on the senator, the job I neglected when I took a nap yesterday. No matter how much I tried, I couldn't come up with much. Complete writer's block. Not enough information and all this drama, and the stress of this being my first time as a writer was about as good a combination as a brown and orange sweater. Everyone knows that was so 2 seasons ago. I'd been dodging Trevor's calls because I didn't know what to tell him. It shouldn't be this difficult to write a stupid article. It was way too early to be up, and I needed some chemical help. So I threw on some jeans and snuck out of the house to get what my mother called fancy coffee. My parents had already left to do something together early that morning. My mother was always yelling at me about spending my money on things like that, but I missed my latte. After a couple of sips of the hot brew, I finally started to feel human again. This was worth every penny. The sunshine held the promise of it being a warm spring day, which was exciting. There was nothing better than the first few days of spring. As I was enjoying the effect the caffeine was having on my body and basking in the warmth of the morning, I saw a figure in the parking lot, hands in pockets, staring at me. As I headed toward my car and got a couple steps closer, I realized who it was. Simon Atkins. Uh-oh. Something told me he wasn't waiting to chat, not at 7 in the morning. I looked around, but there was no one out except a couple of senior citizens. I wasn't sure they would be much help unless they started taking karate lessons instead of playing bingo. Oh, well, I shrugged. What did I have to be afraid of? It's broad daylight. He wouldn't do anything to me in broad daylight. Would he? I groaned. I definitely needed more caffeine for this, and a better outfit. Now I regretted walking out of the house the way I did. At least if I looked good, I would have the upper hand, but it was hard to feel confident in dirty jeans, and I didn't even have cool shoes on to offset the jeans. I patted my hair, unable to remember what it even looked like when I walked out of the house. I looked down at the tennis shoes I threw on and wished I had my red Enzos with the 3-inch stilettos. Not only would they look hot, but they could be used as a weapon. I had no choice but to walk over to him because he was parked right next to my Kia. As I neared him, my false bravado waned when I saw that Simon's face was set in a stony grimace. This was definitely not a social call. He looked downright menacing, or maybe I just felt more vulnerable today due to the shoe thing. When I got within a few feet of him, I stopped, waited, and just looked at him. I sure as hell wasn't going to be the first one to speak. As hard as it was, I was determined to wait him out and make him think I wasn't scared. Is there something you need, Simon? Okay, so I got impatient. I managed to keep my tone neutral. There was no reason to let him know I was scared shitless. I needed to give off the impression that I could hold my own with him. He didn't say anything. He just stared back. He was pretty good at the staring thing. Didn't even blink. Well, cat got your tongue? I thought maybe if I didn't act scared, he would think I was tough. Fat chance of that. Looking at him, I once again cursed myself for not putting on a better outfit to get coffee. The outfit always made the difference. He was wearing black boots, faded jeans, untucked blue-striped button-down shirt, and a black leather jacket. The effect was very casual and sexy in an intimidating way. Had he worn, say, a yellow polo and tennis shoes, I probably wouldn't be as nervous. You can't look scary in yellow, though there's not much you can do about the bald head and lots of muscles, even if they were encased in yellow. He smiled at me, but it didn't reach his eyes. His blue eyes were cold and flat. He looked all business. "Enjoying your coffee?" he asked in a seemingly gracious tone, as if he didn't have a care in the world and was just making conversation. Please, as if he really cared about my coffee. I rolled my eyes and gave him a look, the kind that was supposed to make the other person feel stupid or belittled. That happened to be one of my best looks. I worked hard at it and used it often, but it didn't seem to affect him at all. "It's wonderful. Thank you for asking," I replied dryly. "You really should go try some. They make a mean cappuccino. Or maybe you like straight espresso," I said in the most charming voice I could muster. Maybe I could kill him with kindness before he killed me for real. I was getting overly dramatic. He wasn't going to kill me. Why would he? This wasn't the movies. "So you fancy yourself some kind of investigator?" he asked, puffing on a lit cigarette. Yuck. Who even smoked anymore? Well, besides Helen. Funny they had that in common. This made me not like him all the more. Filthy habit. "What are you getting at, Simon? I don't have time to sit here and chat." "You seem to be poking your nose into a lot of things that aren't your concern," he replied. "What's it to you?" "Pretty little thing like you could get hurt sticking her nose where it doesn't belong," he said, taking a step toward me. "Why, Simon, are you threatening me?" I raised my eyebrows. He shook his head. Now, there's no reason to get all dramatic on me. I'm not trying to threaten you. Let's just say it would be in your best interests to just enjoy this time with your parents and go back to the city. Relax. You don't need to be trying to find out who killed the senator. Leave it to those who know what they are doing. He could claim he wasn't threatening me, but I knew he definitely was. He was subtle, I had to give him that. I clearly understood what he was getting at without him even saying anything directly. I would have to file that one in my memory bank. That kind of subtlety might come in handy later. Last I looked, it was a free country, and I could poke my nose wherever I wanted. Who do you think you are telling me what to do? I asked flippantly. He took another step closer to me. It took all my willpower not to back up. I had to hand it to him. He was good at this intimidating shit. Listen, Presley, he said in a tone that didn't even attempt to hide the fact he wasn't a happy man. I have a lot vested in this situation. I will not have you screwing things up. Why? Did you kill the senator? I didn't really expect an answer, but was curious about what he might say. I thought that by just flat out asking him, I might get some information from what he didn't tell me, or I could get even luckier and he would tell me something outright. Hey, anything is possible. My question got a fleeting smile out of him. He was amused I would be brazen enough to ask him. Had to hand it to her. She could put on a brave front. You think I killed him? Simon started laughing. Now, why would I want to kill Senator Daniels? Then why warn me away from finding the killer if your investment in this situation isn't the fact that you have something to hide? Let's just say there are certain things I would rather stay quiet, but I am no killer. Well, if it wasn't you, then who was it? I forged ahead. He didn't seem to have a problem answering my last question, so I thought I'd see how far I could take this. What does it matter? He's dead, and he was an ass. It's not like anyone's going to miss him anyway. He had a wife and family. Don't you think they want closure? He snorted, which I interpreted as laughter. You're barking up the wrong tree, Angel. I looked at him quizzically. Did Helen not care about Tom? I knew Helen cared about someone else, too. That was evident in the make-up session I'd witnessed the other night. Surely she still had some feelings for Tom, or they wouldn't be married, would they? Although people do stay married for strange reasons. That's why I was still single. Emotions were too complicated. He noticed my confusion and continued. Not that Helen wanted the senator dead, but it does make things easier for her. Is that why you two were talking in your car last night? Simon was startled by this bit of information. Obviously, they didn't realize they had been spotted. You would be helping yourself out if you forgot you ever saw us together. Why were you together in the first place? Just stay away from this situation. Who killed him? Simon shook his head. Let the people who pass for cops in this town handle it. Now I was pissed. He couldn't talk about my friends that way, even if he was a scary person who may or may not have killed someone. The cops in this town are worth 10 of you, jerk. I finally wore out his patience. He grabbed my arm, and I tried to twist away, but he was quite strong. He started to shake me, saying, Just go back to Chicago. Let go of me, I screamed, hoping one of those senior citizens would hear and call 911. Hey, put her down. I heard someone yell. It was Katie. Simon looked up for a minute, but didn't seem too worried about the situation. Why would he? Even 2 of us were no match for him. Let go of her, Katie said as she reached us, grabbing his arm and trying to pry it off me. The 3 of us struggled, and I was sure it would have been comical had I not been scared. Simon would not let go. I wasn't sure what he thought he was going to do. Just as I was about to give up the hope of him letting go of my arm, Katie dumped her coffee on him, scalding his arm. Go, Katie. You bitch, he sneered, quickly letting go of me and doubling over in pain. You started it. Besides, Katie was the one who wasted her coffee, I retorted, backing out of his reach and not feeling the least bit sorry for him. I needed to gather my wits. I felt braver now that he was burned. I thought this might be an opportune time to ask some more questions. So if you didn't kill Tom Daniels, then who did, Simon? I asked. Katie looked at me like I was crazy, but I thought I would give it one last shot. He wasn't in any shape to hurt anyone at the moment, so what did I have to lose? Besides, I felt much better with the 2 of us there, though I wasn't certain Katie would agree. Can we just get out of here? She whispered to me. Wouldn't that be the smart thing to do? No. Well, yes, it would probably be the smart thing to do, but he attacked me, and I want some answers. I looked at Simon expectantly. He seemed to be dealing with his burned arm okay, but still didn't look completely back to normal. He was still a little pale, and I could tell he was extremely angry at us. I'm not telling you anything, and I'm not going to tell you again to stay out of this. Can't you just forget about this and go shopping or something? Listen, Simon, you obviously have something to do with this whole mess. The police are going to figure it out soon, if they haven't already. Your time is running out. He began to head back to his car. Simon, if you don't tell me who killed the senator, then what reason is there to believe that you didn't do it? I yelled, trying one more time to get some answers. Why don't you ask your little friend's boyfriend who killed the senator? He said over his shoulder, pulling open the door on his Cadillac. I looked at Katie, and Katie returned my confused look and shrugged her shoulders. What did that mean, Katie? I asked. I have no idea, she replied. She pulled out her phone. That's why it's handy to have friends who are cops. She dialed Dirt's number. Chapter 17. I sat in the parking lot of the police department for 14 minutes, waiting for Dirt to come out. Not that I was counting or anything, but when I finished my coffee, I started getting antsy about waiting for him. When I had called him after the incident with Simon, he told me to come to the station and wait for him until he came out, which is what I did. When I finally saw him coming out of the door, I stuck my hand out the window so he would see me. Jogging over to the car, he opened the passenger door and got in. You look horrible, Dirt, I said, looking at him. He did look horrible. His clothes were wrinkled as if he had slept in them, but the bags under his eyes didn't seem to indicate that he'd been sleeping at all. His eyes were also bloodshot, and his hair was sticking out every which way, as if he had been raking his fingers through it. Thanks for the boost to my self-esteem, Presley, he said wryly. Come on, Dirt. I think you always look good, no matter what. But you do look a little worse for wear. I take it you haven't been getting much sleep lately? Not much, Prez. Not since the senator was murdered, anyway. When the FBI got here, I stupidly thought it might be easier, and that they would help us deal with it. Admittedly, we don't have the resources for an investigation of this magnitude. However, they seem more interested in pointing out ways we have screwed this investigation up, rather than trying to find the killer. And they won't share anything with us. Assholes. He pounded his fist on the dash in frustration. Do you have any leads? All we've been able to confirm is that he did in fact have a gambling problem and owed some men in Vegas big time, which we pretty much all knew anyway. Why wouldn't he just pay them if he was in that much trouble? It's not like he didn't have the money. As I said this, I wondered if I should tell Dirt what Helen said about the gambling. How did this shit just happen? It seems surreal to me that people could ever get in these kinds of overwhelming messes. Well, that's just it, Dirt continued. We're not sure he did. We started looking into his finances, and it seemed Helen had control of the money and had him on an allowance. He already paid someone several $100,000 in debts, and may not have had the money this time. Unless Helen was willing to give him more, we're now trying to figure out exactly who he owed. Have you asked Helen? I wondered how the senator managed to gamble so much if Helen had the purse strap shut tight, though that was probably why he owed millions. Not yet. The FBI headed over there this morning to do just that. Well, I guess we'll find out then. Do you think they killed him because Helen wouldn't give him money? Would that make her an accessory to murder? Nah, it's not a crime to be a big bitch, Dirt replied. It's not a crime to be stupid either, but it could make you a statistic. He gave me a stern look. What were you thinking, asking Simon if he murdered the senator? Really, Dirt, what was he going to do to me? We were in a public place. Now that it was all over, I had my bravery back and didn't want to lecture. It's not like I was in any real danger. Although scary at the time, I didn't think Simon was really a killer. He'd just been angry I wouldn't listen. Not that I am happy you were stupid, but I was thinking about what you told me on the phone about what Simon said. Do you really think he was telling the truth when he said he didn't kill the senator? You know what? I do for some reason. I am convinced he's involved in this mess in some way, but I honestly don't think he's covering up the fact he murdered the senator. What I didn't understand, though, is what he meant by his reference to Katie's boyfriend, or why he was with Helen last night. The boyfriend reference would mean Chris did it, wouldn't it? I'm not sure he's technically her boyfriend, but she isn't seeing anyone else that would fit the bill. What could Chris possibly have to do with this? I asked Katie, and she has no idea. I told her to ask him, but I'm not so sure she will. Do you think maybe because Toby is his brother that he's somehow involved? It just doesn't make any sense. Why wouldn't she ask him? Dirt asked. She seemed uncomfortable about the entire thing and tried to blow it off. Maybe you should ask him. You're friends. So if he does know something, he would probably tell you, wouldn't he? Normally, I would think so, but Chris hasn't been acting himself lately. I thought it was stress at work because he mentioned hating his job. Maybe there's more to it. Listen, Prez, I have a favor I need to ask. What? I need you to ask Cooper what he knows about Simon Atkins' background. Why do you need me? Don't you have access to that kind of information? You're a cop. And besides, I told you I don't think he's the killer, and neither does Toby. Still can't rule him out. And I agree with you, he seems likely to have some involvement in this. Nothing really points to him except a feeling, and him bothering you in the parking lot. And yes, I normally have access to that information, but with the FBI involved, it's different. They have been completely clear they want us locals to stay out of it. The less they know about what I'm doing, the better. They will just take over any information I give them and not share what they know with us. Shouldn't you go to Cooper yourself? If you want something from him, maybe you should talk and work things out. This seemed like the perfect way to get them talking again. Presley, I can't do that, Dirt said. He looked at me for a moment before looking away. I had no idea what happened. Cooper certainly wasn't going to tell me. Why not? If you want to use him for information, it seems like you could talk to him about the other issues. That only seems fair. Presley, I need to solve this case, preferably before the FBI does, and I don't have time to worry about anything else. And truthfully, I don't know whether or not we can ever be friends again. Some things are just best left alone. That's just stupid, Dirt, but I'll ask him. He just wants to solve this, so I'm sure he can put your differences aside and tell you what he knows. Just promise me you'll talk to Chris about what Simon said. That's a fair trade-off. I was hoping to make Dirt feel a little guilty. It was probably not the nicest thing to do when he was already under so much stress, but I just wanted them to quit being so stupid about this, and to forgive and forget, for God's sakes. I will. I'll also make a run by the hotel where Simon is staying and make sure he understands that it's in his best interest to stay away from you. Thanks, Dirt. I'll call you later. I leaned over and kissed him on the cheek. You'll solve this. I know you will. Thanks, Prez. And hey, you can't leave until you go talk to the FBI. You promised me you would do this 2 days ago, and they keep bugging me. They're going to start getting pissed. I groaned. I didn't want to talk to them. Not that I had anything to hide, but it was intimidating. Fine, I will do it right now. But I look like crap. I don't think the FBI cares what you look like. What if there's a cute one? I teased. Dirt just shook his head. I'll talk to you later. Please, Prez, try to stay out of trouble. My conversation with the FBI was painless. They asked the same questions Dirt and Cooper had already asked, and I gave them the same answers. There weren't even any cute agents, so the entire thing was a waste of my time. Next on my list was a visit to Cooper's. I wasn't looking forward to it after last night's dead cell phone battery game. I assumed he wouldn't be too happy with me, but I was going to have to face him eventually, and I would just have to get over it. He was still staying at the hotel where I had my interview, so I headed over there. Gosh, that seemed like so long ago since he had surprised me at the interview. I tried calling him while waiting for Dirt, but got his voicemail. I guessed he was either still pissed from last night or busy, and I didn't think much about it. I didn't leave a message about what happened with Simon because I didn't want to freak him out. I thought it would be better to tell him in person. However, as I got closer to the hotel, I wondered about the merit of coming here, since this is where Simon was staying, too. I hoped he wasn't here. Maybe Simon was still at the ER getting his arm looked at. I laughed to myself. Not very nice, but hell, he deserved it. And it was kind of funny, since there was no permanent harm done. I asked at the front desk what room Cooper was in, which, of course, they wouldn't give out. After a call to his room, though, the front desk clerk was granted permission to send me up, and she gave me the oh-so-secret room number. At least Cooper wasn't telling them to get rid of me. He must not be too mad. I smiled at the thought of being able to see him again. I couldn't wait until this whole mess was over so I could explore my feelings for him. Stepping off on the 15th floor, my mind wandered off the topic of the case at hand. Visiting Cooper in a hotel brought a whole slew of non-business related thoughts to mind. In those daydreams, he wasn't mad at all. I wasn't sure it wouldn't be too hard to get him to forget about that. I turned the corner in the hallway and saw Cooper standing outside his door, leaning against the door jamb, talking to a beautiful brunette. She was tall, about 5'9", slender, well-dressed, and well put together. I watched as she put a hand on Cooper's arm, and it looked from my angle that she was thanking him for something. At least that is what her body language suggested. She started walking towards me to the elevator, and as she passed, she nodded hi. I nodded back and turned slightly to watch her continue to the elevator. I turned back to Cooper and saw that he was smiling, so I guessed he wasn't mad, or maybe whatever he'd been doing with the girl put the smile on his face. I blushed with envy at that thought. He looked so good. He probably started the day out with a crisp-looking suit and tie, but by now, even though it wasn't even lunchtime, he had ditched the jacket and loosened his tie, as if he meant to take it off and then forgot. He had on charcoal gray dress pants, which fit in all the right places, and a blue and gray pinstripe dress shirt. He should have taken his socks off, too, since they were burgundy. He must have been in a hurry this morning when getting ready. I could overlook mismatched socks, because he was also sporting a 5 o'clock shadow, even though it was barely 10 a.m. He looked good enough to eat, making me wish I had gone home to change before coming here. I was still wearing the ratty jeans I threw on this morning to go get coffee. At least the T-shirt and hoodie were reasonably clean, but again, I regretted not having at least some better shoes on. Not that he would notice the shoes I wore, no guys ever did, but it would make me feel better. "I'm glad you stopped by, King," Cooper said warmly, leaning in to give me a hug. Me too, I thought, drinking in his scent and loving the way his warm body felt on mine. "Who was that?" "That," he said exaggeratedly, "was Tori DeMarco. Beautiful, isn't she?" "I guess, if you like that type." "Oh, and what type is that?" "Beautiful to look at, but not much for conversation." "I would love to disagree with you, but you have her pegged." "And she would be?" "She would be the senator's something extra on the side, or rather she was until just recently." "They broke up?" "Not by choice, but Helen put her foot down with Tom. Said the affairs had to stop. However, I wasn't ever convinced it had stopped completely, and her showing up here kind of confirms that." "Did you know about her?" "Yes." He shrugged. "But after Helen gave the ultimatum, he didn't ask for my assistance for anything about her." "What did you used to do exactly? Do you also run an escort service?" I was joking, of course, but on a certain level, I hoped he hadn't been a contributing helper to the senator's extramarital affairs. "Ha, you're funny. No, it wasn't like that. He just needed me to do a background check for security reasons, and I was responsible for getting her safely home a few times." "Why would you help him cheat on his wife?" "It's not my place to judge, Presley. Anyways, I'm sure that's not why you stopped by. So, come sit down and tell me what happened, since you hung up on me last." "Yeah, sorry about that. My battery went dead." "Right," he said dryly. I walked in and took a seat on the love seat. It was your pretty typical hard, lumpy hotel sofa. The furnishings were nice, same rich hues as in the lobby, but not as opulent as the lobby. "I wanted to fill you in on something that happened this morning, but don't freak out about it, okay?" "Okay," Cooper said slowly. You know, asking someone to not freak out pretty much guarantees they will freak out. "It's not that big of a deal. Well, it was at the time, but it's not now. Dart's taking care of it. Anyway, I'll get to the point." I could see he was getting annoyed with me. I didn't know how he would react, as protective as he had been lately. I didn't want it to get even worse. It was driving me crazy, though it did make me feel all warm and fuzzy inside to know he cared. "I had a little run-in with Simon this morning," I said, and waited for his reaction. "I know." "How do you know?" "Just tell me what happened." "Nothing, really," I shrugged, trying to be nonchalant about the whole thing. "We had a few words, Katie burned him with her coffee, and he left. End of story." I tried to make it sound as matter-of-fact as I could, like it was no big deal, but I didn't think it was working. Wait a minute, he said, holding his hands up and looking puzzled. Run that by me again? How did Katie happen to burn him with her coffee? Guess I don't know the whole story. What have you two been doing? I sighed. I had hoped he would accept my simple explanation and we could move on, but I didn't see that happening and wasn't in the mood for a lecture on how I should quit trying to solve the senator's murder. Well, he sort of grabbed me and wouldn't let go. Katie happened to be getting coffee on her way to work and saw him. She came over and dumped her fresh hot coffee all over his arm so he would let go. He did, and only ended up with slight burns. The big shame was wasting all that coffee. I had to go spend another $4 to get another one for her. Maybe a little humor would help lighten his mood. I told you that you should leave this alone. Guess not. You should be feeling bad that Katie wasted her coffee on that jerk. This isn't funny, King, Cooper said, his blue eyes looking tensely into mine. If I didn't know any better, I would say there was a little fear mixed in with the anger. Cooper, do you really think I have reason to be afraid of Simon? I asked him if he killed the senator, and he said no. I believe him. Cooper looked at me as if I was crazy and ran his fingers through his hair in frustration. So what do you think, Cooper? Do you think he's telling the truth? Cooper sighed. Yes, I am sure he's telling the truth, Prez. I would rest easier if you would back off and let me handle this. I pretended not to hear that last comment and focused on the first thing he said. What made him so sure Simon wasn't a killer? Here we go again. He knew more than he was letting on. Why are you so sure? Cooper paused for a minute. Would you just trust me? Please accept the fact that I know with great certainty that Simon is not a killer. Hold on there, Jack. How do you know? What are you not telling me? I would bet my favorite pair of Jimmy Choos, the real ones, not fake for a change, but definitely from the clearance rack, that Cooper knew more than he was telling, and I was determined to get it out of him. And who already told you about this morning? He did. He's my employee, remember? He knew I would find out, and correctly assumed it would be better coming from him. I will talk to him again. He shouldn't have been rough with you. I promise you he won't bother you again. I stood up and followed Cooper to where he stood by the small light brown nightstand by his bed. If you think for a minute that you are leaving this room without telling me everything you know, you're crazy. I watched him mull this over while I enjoyed the view of him. I could watch him think all day if I had to. His forehead wrinkled in concentration, and even then he had an easy way about him. He held up well under stress and concern. The slightly disheveled kind of rough look was becoming on him. It made me want to rub his back and let him know everything was going to be okay. After a long pause, Cooper said, Let's just say that I have known Simon for a while, and I know he didn't do this. What do you mean you have known him for a while? How long has he worked for you? And you originally thought he might be the killer, or at least that's the impression you gave me. You better explain to me why you are now changing your story. Were you lying to me? I was starting to get mad. Actually, I was already there. Had Cooper been lying to me all along about what he knew about Simon? I didn't care how good-looking he was or how much I wanted him for that matter. I wouldn't be lied to. God knows I had enough of that with Rick, even if this wasn't personal. Plus, I still needed to ask him about the information I found on Google and the discrepancies there. I wanted to trust him, but he was making it hard. King. Don't king me. I want to know what's going on, now. It's a long story, one I really don't have time for. Well, too bad, because I do have time, I said, sitting down on the bed, hands across my chest. I wasn't giving in. Fine, Cooper caved. I met Simon when I was in the military. He enlisted to hide from his father. Okay, go on. He's the son of a mob boss. Simon's real last name is Palazzo. Cooper paused, waiting for that bit of news to sink in. And you've known this all along? I was beyond ticked off. He had led me to believe up to this point that Simon could be involved in the senator's death, and he had said nothing about the fact that he knew Simon had mob connections until now. Isn't it a bit of a conflict of interest that someone with criminal ties works for your security firm? I asked sarcastically. Calm down, it's not like that. Then tell me what it's like, Cooper. Simon is a good guy. He didn't want to go into the family business. That's why he went into the military, and that's why he works for me. So do you think that his dad knew Simon was here when he came to meet with Bobby? I'm sure he did. Garrison probably knows every move his son makes. He's just learned to keep his distance. So, being friends with Simon, does this have anything to do with you being in Las Vegas at some luncheon with the senator and his wife before the time you told me you started working for the senator? This seemed like a perfect opportunity to ask him this. Cooper just looked at me. How did you find that out? Does it matter? Why did you lie to me? Presley, this is complicated. Wait a minute. I paused, shook my head, and looked at Cooper. If you know Simon from the military, then why doesn't Dirt know him? Or is he pretending not to know him too? He looked so worn out at the thought of trying to explain whatever it was he needed to explain that I almost felt sorry for him, but not quite. I still felt he owed me an explanation. He had misled me about so many things, and I wanted a reason. Dirt knew him. Then why is he pretending he doesn't? I don't understand if you were all at the same place. It started back. Cooper's cell phone rang, interrupting him. He held up his finger to silence me while he answered the call. He walked away from me so I couldn't hear what he was saying, although I tried my hardest to eavesdrop. Okay, I'll be there in a minute, Cooper said, snapping the phone shut and reaching for his jacket. Listen, Prez, I've got to go take care of something. Cooper felt somewhat relieved. He didn't want to leave her, but didn't really want to have this conversation either. Cooper, we're not finished. I rose from the bed to follow him, but he stopped me. I know I owe you an explanation, but I have to ask you to just trust me. As he said this, he put his arm around me, and it was all I could do to keep from melting as he brushed his lips across my forehead. It was almost enough to make me forget how mad I was at him, and almost enough to beg him to stay. I will call you later, Prez, I promise. Can you see yourself out? Cooper, I said again, but he had already walked out the door. That went well, I thought. Flopping back onto the bed, I inhaled his cologne from the sheets and thought, I could stay here all day. Maybe I would stay all day and be waiting for him when he returned. Under the right circumstances, I was confident I could get him to tell me anything, although I'd have to run out and get better underwear to really do the trick. I laughed and pushed off the bed. It sounded great in theory, but in reality, I had things to do. I couldn't wait for Cooper to decide when he could fill me in and stop keeping things from me. Though, if he had his way, that would probably be never. I didn't even have the chance to tell him about Helen and Simon. I walked to the door to leave, but paused when my hand touched the handle. Maybe I should have a look around before I go. There could be information lying around that could be useful. After all, he was the one who left me here all alone in his hotel room, so anything I saw in plain view was fair game, I rationalized. My definition of plain view may have varied, I thought, as I opened a drawer on the nightstand by the bed to look inside. Disappointed it was empty, I tried the dresser. He was a bit of a neat freak, something we didn't have in common. There was nothing on the top, and his clothes were all neatly folded inside the drawers. The normal stuff one would expect to be in a dresser. I didn't know what I was expecting. Maybe something to jump out at me and scream, "Secret!" Where would I put something I wanted to keep somewhat hidden? I already checked underneath the clothes in his drawers, just as much to think about him in or out of said clothes as to find some revealing information, which may not have even existed. Standing in the middle of the hotel room, I looked around, trying to see if anything looked out of place. Everything looked normal. As I was about to give up and leave, a thought popped in my head. I watched a Law and Order episode a while back where they found evidence between the mattress and box springs. Maybe that's the preferred hiding place for criminal types and people in security. It was worth a shot, I thought, as I got down on my knees to lift up the mattress and have a look. Nothing on this side. Dropping the mattress back into place, I walked around to the other side. Out of luck again. Guess it was a little far-fetched. Disappointed and ready to give up, out of the corner of my eye, I saw the edge of a yellow envelope sticking out from behind the bed towards the floor. Eureka! I pulled on the corner of the envelope, and a bunch of papers fell out, scattering onto the floor. Crap! I had no idea what order they were in, so I had no way to put them back. I was sure Cooper would notice they were out of place. Oh well, I might as well look at them now. I picked up the stack of papers and sat down on the bed to look through them. There were many news clippings, many of the Senator and Helen, some from the Las Vegas Sun of different men. I only recognized Garrison Palazzo, but I assumed the other men may be involved in the same business as the Palazzo family. There were even some of Dirt, mostly from when he won the election to become sheriff. How nice. Cooper was interested in his friend all this time. However, that warm and fuzzy feeling quickly was replaced with surprise when I scanned the next clipping from when Cooper and Dirt were in the military. The author of the article discussed how Dirt was charged with running a gambling ring. It went on to say that Dirt, Cooper, a guy named Tom Reynolds, and some more names I didn't recognize, were accused of illegal gambling. My eyes skimmed down the rest of the article when all of a sudden a name jumped out at me, and I slowed down to read the passage. It said the gambling ring was discovered when Private Simon Palazzo came forward with the knowledge that his sergeant, Derek Robinson, was running an illegal gambling ring on the premises. It went on further to say that the charges weren't substantiated and were later dropped. Dirt was doing a great job of not letting on he knew Simon, and no wonder. What was going on here? What had really happened? I had a hard time believing either of them would be involved in something like that. Maybe they weren't, though, since the charges were dropped. But if Dirt was totally innocent, why would Simon say that? Even more confusing to me, why would Cooper still be friendly enough with him to have Simon work for him if it was a lie? None of this made sense. One day Dirt was saying Cooper was selling drugs, and then the news clippings said it was Dirt running a gambling ring. This painted a different picture altogether. I wondered why Cooper would even take a job that he knew would at some point bring him back to Alcon and expose him to this. Obviously there was more to this situation than met the eye. I bent down to put the papers back in their place, and noticed something shiny sticking partially out from under the bed. I bent down, and my eyes narrowed when I realized what it was. A lipstick tube. Picking it up, I tried to rationalize that it could have been left by the last person who stayed in the room. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that probably wasn't the case. Cooper had been here over a week at least, and had the previous occupant left it, the maids would have knocked it further under the bed while vacuuming. This was right by the edge, as if someone had their purse on the nightstand and the lipstick fell out and rolled slightly. I frowned as I thought about the beautiful brunette that had just been leaving Cooper's room when I got here. I felt a pain in the pit of my stomach. I had no right to be mad or jealous that Cooper may have had another girl up here in his room. Was it the senator's girlfriend who was just here? If so, why would she have been over by the bed? It was across from the sitting area. I was more upset than I should have been, but realized this was none of my business. After all, he was a red-blooded male, and before a couple of days ago I hadn't seen him in years. So why would I think he had more than just that old friend-type feeling for me? I didn't know what it was, but I really felt we had some kind of a connection. Maybe I was just feeding into my mother's theory that I needed a man. I'm overreacting, I thought. I set the tube on the nightstand and walked away, closing the door behind me. I wasn't going to let this bother me. Chapter 18. I left Cooper's hotel to head over to the grocery store, at my mother's bidding once again, and to pick up a few things. This was one of the biggest drawbacks of coming home. I was immediately turned into a gopher. I first decided to take a detour into Betty's Baked Goods. It was easy to stop in there for muffins on a regular basis. If I didn't go back to the city soon, I would weigh 500 pounds. For some reason, there was a feeling in the pit of my stomach that something wasn't right with the news clippings I found in Cooper's room. There was too much hostility from Dirt toward Cooper, when clearly, judging from the clippings I had read through, the story Dirt had told me wasn't the truth. And Dirt had pretended he didn't know Simon. It didn't make sense. Gave me a headache just thinking about it. What the heck was the real story? Maybe things would be clearer after a muffin. A warm, fresh, oozing cream cheese muffin would be a great snack and surely make me feel better. And who knew? Maybe Betty would have some more information for me. Betty had been too busy waiting on customers to talk this morning when I got my coffee and ran into Simon. Was that only this morning? It had been a long day, and it wasn't half over. I wanted to fill her in on what happened outside, since I felt I owed Betty some gossip for a change. As I sat down at the worn counter, Betty motioned to me with a finger that she would be a minute, and turned back to chatting with one of the regulars. I looked up at the chalk menu board to see what the muffin of the day was. None of them looked to be better than my favorite peach cream cheese, so I walked around the display case to help myself and wait for Betty to come over. This was one of the advantages to small towns. You couldn't serve yourself like that in the city. People would think you were crazy and call the cops. At the very least, they would think you had cooties or something and be horrified at the thought of you touching the muffins. I was happily munching away when Betty walked over and sat a glass of milk on the counter. I just looked at her. Milk? Seriously? Yuck. I hated milk, unless it was in cereal. I needed coffee. Drink it, Betty barked in a friendly way, not at all threatened by my look. Betty put her order pad in her apron pocket and stuck a pen in her loose bun. It must be a habit, as I noticed 3 other pens stuck in there already. You young people drink way too much coffee. Besides, it's almost expired, and I don't want to throw it away. Costs too damn much, and needs to be used up, she grumbled. Of course, that makes all kinds of sense, I thought sarcastically. Better I drink the almost spoiled milk than throw it away. I grimaced, since I didn't really like milk much anyway, much less milk too close to its due date, but I wasn't about to argue with Betty. You had to pick your battles. So there's been quite a ruckus here lately with the murder and all, Betty said to me, giving the counter a swipe with her towel. Who would have thought something like this would happen here in Alcon? Figures it happened to someone famous, now bringing in all these outsiders. Betty didn't look too happy at the mention of the outsiders, as she put it, but that was a pretty common thought for this small town, and probably most small towns. The folks here tended to like things just the way they were, and anyone not from here was viewed with suspicion. It was a complete cliché, but true. I know. Crazy, isn't it? What have people been saying? I figured this was my opportunity to see what information Betty had. Not that I needed to try to be all secret agent about it. Betty was a huge gossip and loved to share what she had to tell. Most folks feel it's a jealous husband. That man did have a roving eye. Should have been happy enough with Helen. But to follow him to Alcon? Wouldn't that make more sense if he was murdered in D.C.? I'm just repeating what folks are saying. He should have been happy with what he had. Helen loved him, at least in the beginning. But men like that aren't happy when a woman starts to reach a certain age. And my mother wonders why I'm still single. Sweetheart, you just have to know how to pick 'em. Not all men are bad. I did all right with my Bob. I could only hope to have that someday, Betty. Betty and Bob had been married for probably 100 years. They bickered in public all the time, but everyone knew how devoted they were to each other. He worshipped the ground she walked on, as it should be. Retired from a factory in a nearby town, he usually hung out in the bakery with the old farmers, keeping an eye out for any old man who might be too friendly with his Betty. I hadn't seen him the entire time I had been here, though. Where is Bob keeping himself these days? I thought he usually stayed here and hung out, keeping you company. Betty snorted. I don't need that man hanging around. Gets in my way. Betty might have sounded gruff, but I could tell she was joking. He's been spending time at the Anderson farm, working on something. Hell if I know what that man does all day while I'm here slaving away. It was cute to see that after all these years she still loved him enough to complain. I wanted that someday, just not on my mother's terms. So you think it was some hot babe who already had a husband that led Tom to his demise? There's no accounting for taste, Betty laughed. Though you think he wouldn't have been too quick to screw around on all that money. Betty, you said that Helen used to love him. Do you think she stopped and decided to kill him? You know, to not pay him any alimony? You have quite an imagination. Now she should have, if you ask me, or some of the people around here. Folks certainly would agree he deserved it, but no, not Helen. She's too classy for that. Old money buys people off. It doesn't kill them. Do you think Helen was trying to get rid of him that way, then? I hadn't heard that, but I suppose it could be true. If you believe everything you hear, he was involved with the mob. But the way some people hear gossip, who knows? At this, my ears perked up. We were finally getting on the right track. This was more like it. If people knew about the senator's gambling problem and his involvement with the mob, could someone have wanted him dead for it? Other than the people to whom he owed the money? It seemed more likely to be the other way around. Where did you hear that from, Betty? Ruth Johnson was in here buying a dozen donuts, as she does every Saturday morning. I think she was the one who made that comment. Figures, though at first I couldn't understand why on earth Ruth would have any knowledge of such things. Betty noticed the puzzled look on my face. I already told you that Bobby said the senator was in Vegas arguing with some men. He probably told her. While I already knew that, I couldn't believe Bobby told his mother. Poor Mama's boy had more issues than I thought. Mob dudes were definitely the kind of people who would kill you over something like money. I told all this to Betty and asked her not to say anything, knowing it was a waste of breath, as Betty wasn't the type to keep quiet. Honey, I already know. Cooper was in here earlier. He told me all about this, doing same as you, seeing if I heard anything. My jaw dropped. I couldn't believe it. That bastard. Here I was worried about him being wronged years earlier and dirt being too hard on him, not to mention feeling a teensy bit guilty about snooping through the stuff in his room, even though it looked like he had a girl up there, and he didn't even care enough to share that he had already talked to Betty. I guess I shouldn't be surprised at that. It wasn't as if he had been extremely forthcoming thus far. He had a misguided notion that he needed to protect me. Also, some lady named Lisa Simmons, I think her name was in here today asking questions. I wouldn't tell her anything, of course. None of her damn business, if you ask me. She's a reporter from D.C. trying to get information on the murder, too. That's what Cooper said. She came in with them and he introduced us, Betty said, looking at me to see how I would take that bit of information. I bristled. He brought her here? They walked in together, so I guess it could have been a coincidence, Betty shrugged. Not only did that bother me in a way I didn't want it to, but it also made me feel competitive. I had to get this figured out before that Lisa person. What I needed was more information from Bobby. Even though I was sure he told me the truth yesterday, I also knew that he knew more than he was letting on. But how could I get him to tell me? Maybe I should just go to Toby. That probably wouldn't work, with his loyalty to the senator and to Bobby, but it was worth a shot. Where could I find Toby right now? Screw Cooper. I would find out the information I needed on my own, and then keep it from him and see how he liked it. Betty, have you seen Toby Stone today? I said abruptly, interrupting something Betty was saying about the price of fresh produce. Not since early this morning when he came in to get his daily coffee and bran muffin. That boy is all about being healthy. I can't ever entice him to eat one of my special muffins. Maybe he was still at the hotel dealing with the senator's affairs. I jumped off the stool and put some money on the counter. Thanks for the great muffin, as usual, Betty. You're welcome, honey. As I reached out to grab the door handle to leave, Betty started talking again. I turned back to her. If Cooper stops by, do you want me to tell him you were here? He seems to ask about you every time he's in here. If you could keep this between us, that would be great, Betty. My lips are sealed, but that Cooper's a smart fellow, not to mention cute. Don't think you can keep it from him for long. Betty had a smile on her face. I was sure she thought there was something going on between Cooper and I. Don't I wish, I thought. Well, not right this minute, because I was mad at him again, but I would get over it, and then I would want him. My tires kicked up some gravel, pulling out of Betty's a little too fast. I was mad at Cooper, but even madder at myself for thinking he would stop hiding things from me. I knew the senator's murder was connected to the mob in some way. Everything kept coming back to that relationship. Besides, who else would take the risk of killing him? I needed to find Toby at the hotel first, and if he wasn't there, then I was going to go to Helen's. I needed to talk to her anyway. I didn't bother to stop at the front desk to ask for Toby, because I didn't want him to have the chance to sneak out, and the desk clerk probably wouldn't even notice me slipping by. I was pretty sure Toby wouldn't want to talk to me after I barged in last night. I assumed he was just trying to keep his private life private, and was less concerned about my investigation into the senator's murder. Surely he wanted to know who killed his boss. The staff at the front desk didn't even look up from what they were doing when I walked by. Good customer service is dead, I thought sarcastically. I walked around the corner to the area the senator and his staff had been occupying. I was surprised when I saw the offices bustling with activity through the glass window of the main office. Frankly, I assumed everyone would be gone except maybe Toby, and even that had been a long shot. I saw Helen and Toby hunched over a bunch of papers, and they looked engaged in a heated discussion. They must have sensed me staring at them, because at the same time they looked up, instantly put on their happy faces, and walked out of the office, closing the door behind them. "Why, Presley, what a nice surprise. We were just getting ready to go to lunch. Care to join us?" Helen asked. Nice surprise, my ass. Helen was just a professional in social etiquette, probably something I could learn. "That's a nice offer, Helen, but I don't really have the time. I actually was looking for Toby, although I am glad to find you both here because I really needed to speak to both of you. What are you doing here anyway? Are you shutting things down?" If anything, it seemed more active than when the senator was alive. "Well, we weren't going to tell anyone just yet, but I guess you can be the first to know," Helen said coyly, looking at Toby for confirmation. What was going on here? What were these two cooking up? I looked at both of them expectantly. "I am going to campaign to replace Tom in the Senate for the remainder of his term," she continued. "Isn't that wonderful?" She couldn't have shocked me more if she had confessed to Tom's murder. What possible interest could she have in politics? What happened to wanting to get away from the people who killed him? This would put her right back in the spotlight. Helen seemed much more the trophy wife than the activist. "Are you advising her to do this?" I asked Toby. "No one is pushing me, Presley," Helen interrupted. "I want to do this. For all his faults, Tom started a lot of great things in his time in office, and I feel I can continue those initiatives and contribute." She was doing a good job of looking put out. I wouldn't even question her. I couldn't for a minute believe Helen had changed her mind about the way she felt about politics after what she said yesterday. What is going on here? "But what about what you said the other day, Helen, that you wanted to get out of the limelight, especially in light of recent circumstances?" "Presley, don't you listen? I changed my mind. I want to be a part of things bigger than me. Maybe it will help me accept Tom's death if I can help some of his dreams to live on. You know, continue the cause, give him a legacy." Please, did she really expect me to accept that? No way. I wasn't born yesterday. "Was there something you wanted, Presley?" Toby finally butted in and asked. "We are very busy right now." I had been prepared to ask Toby about what he knew regarding the information in the clippings I found in Cooper's room about the luncheon in Vegas. I knew it was a long shot, but I thought it might gain something. I wasn't really sure I wanted to divulge this information in front of Helen until I really knew what my game plan was. Something wasn't right about this situation. I just couldn't put my finger on it. I also didn't want to talk to Helen in front of Toby. However, it seemed it was going to be increasingly difficult to get them apart if they were now going to be working together. I would have to think of another plan. I was smart, so surely I could figure it out. "You know what, Toby? It wasn't that important. Actually, I can't even remember what it was about. I will let you two get back to your important work." Toby didn't believe me for 1 minute, and his smug expression showed it. "You guys have fun. Maybe I'll catch up with you later." "She's getting to be a real pain in the ass," Helen said, looking at Toby as he sighed and leaned against the desk. "You're the one who started it by meeting with her in the first place, Helen. I think we should rethink this whole thing. I'm just not sure it's a good idea. Toby, you need to stop being such a wuss and realize you have to take risks to get what you want in life." "That worked so well for Tom now, didn't it?" Toby said sarcastically. "He was a weak man, got sidetracked by women and money. But Helen—" "Shut up, Toby. We're doing this my way." Chapter 19. "Katie, calm down. I can't understand you." She was crying hysterically. I couldn't understand a word she was saying. All I could make out was something about Chris and Helen and that she'd be there in a minute. I planned on spending a quiet evening at my parents' home because all of the excitement earlier today had worn me out, and to be honest, I had no idea what to do or where to go next. Trevor was breathing down my neck for the article, and I wasn't sure how to write it exactly, especially the way he wanted with the murder angle, because I didn't have anything from that angle. Plus, I was mad at Cooper and still had no clue about the situation with him, Dirt, and Simon, or about who killed the senator for that matter. I wanted to help Helen and get to the bottom of this replacing Tom thing, but wasn't sure how to do that either. All I wanted to do was curl up with some coffee and a good book in front of the fire. My parents had gone into the city with some friends to see a play. They were staying the night in my apartment, so they didn't have to drive back late at night. They had tried to cancel their trip because they didn't feel comfortable leaving me alone because of recent threats. Dirt still didn't have any leads, and my mother was very worried about me, but I had finally convinced them to go by saying that I would have Dirt or one of his guys drive by and check on me and the house. I was looking forward to having the house to myself. These last few days had been crazy. I wanted to decompress and think things over. Maybe something new would come to me if I could just relax my mind. Plus, I needed to think about the feelings I seemed to have for Cooper. However, what kind of friend would I be if I weren't there for a friend in need? I told Katie to come on over. I heard a car pull into the driveway, pushed aside the curtains on the window above the couch where I was sitting, and saw it was Katie. I got to the door as Katie reached it from the outside. She was still crying uncontrollably as I led her back into the living room and got her to sit down. "Katie, calm down. Can I get you anything? Water? Ice cream? A knife to stab the insensitive jackass with?" Even if she hadn't said what Chris had done, tears of this magnitude could only be about something significant and were usually related to the opposite sex. What was it about guys that women allowed them to have this power over their emotions? Katie smiled in spite of herself and started to calm down a little. I handed her some tissues. "Presley, you're not going to believe this." "What? Tell me." Katie started crying harder, and I let her get it out. "Don't cry. It can't be that bad." "Chris is sleeping with another woman," she replied. Disappointing? Yes. What a jerk. Surprising? No. Katie already told me that the last few weeks he had seemed less interested. Unfortunately, with men, that usually meant someone else. With Chris, that was already a proven M.O. I knew that from personal experience. No wonder Katie was upset. From what she told me the other day, she really liked him. Even though I thought Chris was a jerk, I felt bad for Katie. No one deserved to be screwed over, and you couldn't help whom you had feelings for. "I'm so sorry, sweetie. Let me get the ice cream out. I think my mom has some cherry Garcia. We can pig out and think of creative ways to maim him. Or would you rather have some chocolate cake? It's with fudge buttercream frosting. There are a couple pieces left." "You will definitely need some ice cream after I tell you this next part," she said bitterly. "What?" "Guess who he is sleeping with." "I would have no idea, Katie. I haven't been around here long enough to know who it could possibly be. I don't know, the blonde waitress at the diner? You know, the one with the big boobs?" I tried to be funny, lighten the mood, and make Katie laugh, but she wasn't in the mood to play 20 questions. Katie shook her head. "You'd never guess in a million years." "Well?" I looked at her expectantly. "None other than—" She paused for dramatic effect. Oh, please, I thought, but as a good friend I wasn't going to push her. If this made her feel better, then who was I to take that from her? A little melodrama never hurt anyone, and to be honest, it did sometimes make things more fun, brought levity to the situation. "Helen Daniels." She started sobbing again. I opened my mouth and closed it. No sound coming out. I was speechless. So that must have been who Helen was making out with the other night. Wow, I never would have figured that one out in a million years. I was in total shock. Okay, I said, sitting back down on the couch. Back up, start from the beginning. How did this even come up? I had to hear the whole story. This was going to be a doozy. Katie started to talk, but I interrupted. Wait, let me get the ice cream. After getting settled with our goodies, I motioned for Katie to continue. "I couldn't take his indifference anymore," she said, licking her spoon. "We were supposed to get together tonight, and once again he tried to blow me off. So I went to his work, waited for him to get out, and confronted him. I was pissed he kept canceling and doubly pissed that I went out and bought this new outfit and spent hours getting ready just to make him want me. I could feel that pain. You hated to waste a good outfit. Once you put a new outfit on, some of the magic went away instantly. Kind of like when you drove a new car off the lot and it instantly depreciated, so if you tried to return it 5 hours later, you would lose money. Well, that's pretty much how it works with a new outfit. After the first time, it's still cool and you look good, but that special feeling was just not there. I asked him flat out who he was sleeping with, Katie continued. The minute I asked, I could see it in his eyes that he was screwing someone else. Until that point, I thought maybe I was wrong, and that he really was busy at work, like he said. And he told you he was sleeping with Helen, just like that? No, at first he didn't want to tell me, Katie replied. I kept asking him over and over who it was he liked better than me. I have to admit I was starting to get majorly upset, but he wouldn't say anything. I think that's what made it even worse. God, I feel so foolish to have liked him so much. Why was I so stupid? Why don't I ever learn? She started crying again, beating herself up over her perceived stupidity for liking Chris. You're not the foolish one, Katie. He is. We all can have bad judgments when it comes to liking guys. I like to think it's because it makes the next guy seem so great. I was trying to be nice and patient, but I wanted to find out how she finally got him to tell her about Helen. So, did he just finally admit it was Helen? I mean, what exactly did he say? It might be important, Katie, I asked, trying to prod her along. No, I just started guessing names, and for some reason I thought of Helen, more out of fun than anything else. I never in a million years would have ever thought it would be her. I think I would have been less surprised had it been Betty or one of our friends' mothers or something. But Helen? As soon as I said her name, I knew it. I could see it in his eyes. Plus, Chris can't lie worth a damn. I was still shocked by this news. My mind kept whirling. This changed everything. Or maybe it didn't. I was still too shocked to think. Why would a woman like Helen want a small-town guy like Chris? Not that anything was wrong with Chris. He was pretty cute. But seriously, Helen, there were plenty of other guys out there, and you had to go and steal Katie's? What was she thinking? He wasn't even close to her age. Did he give you any details? I asked him how long it had been going on. I felt I had a right to know, Katie said, jutting her chin out defiantly. What did he say? Chris said he had been seeing her. That's how he put it, off and on over the last 2 years. I just can't believe I fell for him again. And again this whole time he was seeing her. What could he possibly see in that old bag? I know she's beautiful, but she's at least 20 years older than he is. Do you think it's the money? Although it's not like she's been giving him any, or at least he hasn't been spending any more than he usually would. And for 2 years? How did this stay such a secret? God, I'm such an idiot. Did he say why? No, he didn't. I'm not even sure I want to know at this point. What a rat bastard, I said, rubbing my friend's back. Good riddance to him. I wondered how they met. Through Toby? I certainly hope you're done with him once and for all. Why would someone like Helen Daniels carry on an affair with someone like Chris? No offense to Chris, but did she really like him? Should we tell Dirt? Or Cooper? Katie asked. Why? They don't care who Chris is sleeping with. Although maybe Dirt would throw him in jail for you, I joked, trying to make her feel better. I saw him look at you the other night in the diner. I wouldn't be a bit surprised to find he likes you. He does not. But this brought a smile to her face. You didn't see him. You never noticed the way he acts around you? I always thought he was a dork. Then I grew up, she smiled. Anyway, that was eons ago. Hey, he's single, so who knows? I thought maybe Katie was right, and we should tell Cooper or Dirt. If nothing else, we could kick his ass for hurting Katie. I knew he would do it, but part of me didn't want to tell them, at least not Cooper with the way he'd been acting. And I was still pissed at Dirt, though he didn't know it yet, for the way he treated Cooper, based on what I saw in those clippings. I didn't know what I should do or what to think. This was so complicated. I was sure Helen having an affair would at least be a source of interest for them, for a variety of reasons. We sat in silence, the kind old friends can have comfortably, and enjoyed our ice cream. both thinking about what she had just said. Then my parents' phone rang. I jumped up to answer it. My parents hadn't yet subscribed to the high-tech functions of caller ID, so I had no idea who it might be. Probably one of their friends. I could take a message and then go back to eating my ice cream. Hello? Stop poking your nose in where it doesn't belong, sweetie, or you're liable to lose it, said a voice I didn't recognize. It wasn't scrambled with some box thingy like in the movies, but instead sounded rather like someone was trying to do a bad impression of a gangster or kidnapper. This person had watched too many movies. Either way, I had no idea who it was. And what was with the nose thing? Do people really still say that? It made the guy much less threatening. Whoever it was clearly was an amateur. Who is this? I demanded. Did I think they were going to tell me? Not really, but I was trying the tough girl act. I thought I could get rather good at this. Being bitchy was second nature. Don't worry about who this is, sweetness. Just keep in mind that we know who you are and where you live. You should just go back to the city in the morning and everything will be just fine. We don't want to hurt a pretty little thing like you, but please be assured that we will if you don't heed our warning. I stood there with the phone in my hand when the caller hung up, just staring at it, dumbfounded. I was more shocked than scared, since the caller didn't seem like a professional mobster, but my nervousness grew when I realized what had just happened. Something bad was going on here. Please be assured. Who used that kind of language? Who? I put the phone back on its cradle and headed for the kitchen for a glass of water. Katie followed, wondering who I had been talking to. I debated whether to tell her. I didn't want to make Katie nervous, but hey, maybe this would take her mind off Chris. Plus, I was starting to get a little freaked out. I told Katie, I don't know who it was. Then what's with the strange look on your face? I think I've just been threatened. I poured myself a glass of water and walked back to where I left my ice cream. I needed fortification to process this. I hoped there was more in the freezer. 1 pint was not going to be enough to handle all of this. I might have to start in on the chocolate cake, or the wine. I placed the glass beside my bowl of ice cream on a nearby table, plopped down on the couch, and crossed my legs, tucking in my feet, which were encased in my pink fuzzy princess slippers. Katie followed me. I could see that Katie was a little on edge. This had put Chris out of her mind, but I wasn't sure this was a great alternative. What do you mean threatened? Katie demanded, hands on her hips, standing over me on the couch. Someone doesn't want me snooping around this murder, and they pretty much said that if I kept at it, something bad would happen. I shivered involuntarily, pretty sure it was from the call, not from the ice cream. That's it. We need to call Dirt, Katie said, and grabbed her purse to dig her cell phone out. Wait a minute, I protested, but Katie had already dialed. I got his voicemail and don't really want to leave this in a message, she said, pacing around the room. Just as Katie hung up, my cell rang. I was almost afraid to look at it. What if these goons had somehow gotten my cell number? What if they had called and gotten my mother? That would not have been good. I looked, and it was Cooper. For once, I was glad he was checking up on me. I'm so glad you called, I said urgently into the phone. Why? What happened? What makes you assume something happened? Maybe nothing happened. Couldn't I just be happy to hear from you? I would love for you to be happy to hear from me for no reason, but it seems that every time I call you, you're pissed at me for checking up on you. So, obviously, something happened to make you glad I'm checking up on you. What happened? He said with exaggerated patience. Well, he has a point. Someone called the house and threatened me, I think. Saying it this time, I started to get even more freaked out. I wanted to be tough, especially in front of Cooper, but I hadn't planned on getting into all of this and wasn't equipped for the conversation. I could joke all I wanted, but this was some serious shit. I started to cry. Shit. Damn, I hated doing this. I was a horrible crier. I got all red and blotchy and became a snot factory. I wasn't one of those cute criers who, once they got the sympathy they needed, could return to normal. Prez, don't cry. What do you mean, you think? Did you recognize the voice? Don't cry. As if I could turn it off any time I wanted. For the love of Pete, didn't men realize that crying was an emotion? It wasn't a shirt one could take on or off at will. It won't be fine until we catch the killer, I snapped. And no, I have no idea who it could have been. They tried to mask the voice. I couldn't tell at all who it might be. I realized I wasn't as upset anymore. Getting mad solved that problem, thanks to Cooper. Guess he was good for something. I bet he was good for many things, and I would be interested in seeing all of his hidden talents. If only all this crap wasn't going on. Listen, just hang tight. I'll be right over, he said, and hung up. Cooper's on his way over, I said to Katie. Good. You need to tell him everything. Okay. I leaned back on the couch pillows. Wait a minute. He said he would be right over. How did he know where I was? He had called me on my cell. I could be anywhere. My eyes narrowed and the tears stopped flowing. That son of a bitch. He'd been spying on me even more than I thought. My anger at this new revelation completely overcame my fear about the phone call. I was indignant. He could have at least told me he was spying on my every move. What the hell? Did he have a GPS locator on my car or something? I jumped up and grabbed my shoes. I wasn't normally a big fan of going out in public in my pajamas, but desperate times called for desperate measures. I did draw the line at wearing my slippers in public, so I put my shoes on. Grabbing my keys, I said to Katie, "Come on, we need to get out of here before Cooper gets here." Katie just stared at me. What are you talking about, Presley? We need to wait for Cooper, and we need to tell him everything. Hell no, he's been keeping tabs on me, and I don't appreciate it. He needs to learn that he can't do this to me. Presley, he's only doing it because he's worried for your safety. Right now, I'm worried about your safety, our safety. What's the big deal? 2 seconds ago, you were glad he called. This was a fundamental difference between Katie and I. Katie liked that male attention. I, on the other hand, liked male attention just as much as the next girl, but only on my terms. One day it was casual surveillance on your whereabouts, and the next thing you knew, you were staying in the house all day doing laundry and cooking all their favorite meals. Independence, gone, just like that. Poof. This was something I felt very strongly about, maybe too strongly, but I had been so hurt by losing who I was, all to be what the guy wanted. It was a pattern I intended to stop. Katie, you can stay here if you want. I'm going. He's going to have to work harder if he thinks he can find me. I sure as hell am not staying here by myself, so I guess I'll go. She grabbed her things and followed me out the door. I just hope you know what you're doing. He's not going to be too happy when he gets here and finds out you're gone, and I think we need his help. Well, you should have thought of that earlier. Besides, I need to teach him a lesson. I like him, but he pisses me off, I said childishly. I stopped short when I saw headlights beam up the driveway. I felt a stab of fear and had a huge lump in my throat. What if it was the person who called? Katie grabbed my arm, and I could tell she was thinking the same thing. Fear changed into relief and annoyance when I noticed it was Cooper's SUV. Damn, he got here faster than I expected. Where the hell had he been? The end of the driveway? Going somewhere? He asked, walking up the drive and casually sitting on the porch railing. Looking good as ever in faded jeans and a long-sleeve T-shirt tight enough to mold to his every muscle. And it was the perfect blue to set off his eyes. I wished he didn't look so good. It was hard to stay mad at him. Whereas I looked. I didn't even want to think about how I looked, considering I had on pajamas, no makeup, and my hair was in a ponytail. Not my best look by any means, and one I didn't usually show guys until after a few months. It was going to take every ounce of effort to stay mad at him. Bastard knew it, too. Cooper looked at me, eyes twinkling. He knew exactly what I was up to, and the effect he had on me. I put my hands on my hips, ready to chew him out. It's a nice look on you, King. Shut up. What? I'm serious. He leaned over to whisper in my ear. You look soft and cuddly. I like that, babe. That just about did me in, but I was a strong woman and wouldn't buckle under pressure, not even this kind. If you were really concerned about where I was going, then maybe you should have called me like you said you would, I retorted. You know, instead of waiting until now when something has happened. Don't be mad at me, King. Besides, you hung up on me earlier. Then you shouldn't piss me off. Listen, can I come in, or are we going to sit on the porch all night? It's getting chilly. I'm fine, I said, crossing my arms. Really? He said, looking at my chest. Horrified, I realized I might not feel cold, but some body parts did. But I wasn't going to let that get to me either. I'm fine. Come on, Prez, let's go in. I'm freezing, said Katie. No. Why not? Afraid to be alone with me? You wish. Like I would be afraid of you. It's a girls' night out and you're not invited. For God's sakes, let him in, Katie said behind me. I didn't want him to come in, and I turned over my left shoulder to give Katie a dirty look. Katie smiled at me. She knew exactly what she was doing. She told me earlier that week that she thought Cooper and I should get together, even if just for a one-night stand, though that was more Katie's style than mine. But with Cooper, I thought I might be willing to make an exception. It made me sound morally bad, but I had a feeling he would be worth it. Katie thought I should live dangerously and at least try it, see if I liked it. At the time, I furiously protested, although deep down I wasn't completely opposed to the idea. That man knew how to get me going, and I was sure it would be all kinds of fun. "Want some ice cream, Cooper?" Katie asked as we walked into the living room. "No, thanks. What I want is for you two to tell me what you've been up to. What happened here tonight that had you crying on the phone, but now, 5 minutes later, you want me out of the house?" "What makes you think we've been up to something?" I said indignantly. Cooper looked at us, then looked around the room, taking in the spoons and almost empty ice cream carton. "You're in pajamas, eating ice cream for starters. I know with a woman that's usually evidence of something bad happening." "You really know women, don't you, Coop?" Katie said, giving me a look. I hit him on the shoulder and began to retort when the doorbell rang. It startled me, and for a moment I was glad Cooper was there. I had no idea who it could possibly be, and after that phone call was a little leery. "Want me to get that?" he asked, walking toward the door. "No, I am perfectly capable of getting the door myself." I saw Katie out of the corner of my eye, trying not to smile. The doorbell rang again. Someone was impatient. "Hold on," I muttered. I reached the door and put my hand on the brass doorknob. I had to admit I felt a little tingle of apprehension. That phone call had me more rattled than I thought. I was so rattled that I failed to use the peephole to see who it was. The door swung open, and I couldn't have been more surprised if it had been some lunatic. "Hey, sweet pea, give me a hug." Oh my God, it was Rick. What the freaking hell was he doing here? He stepped in and tried to hug me. I stepped to the side and put my hand on his chest to stop him. "Rick, what are you doing here?" I asked. "Baby, you don't seem happy to see me, and after I came all this way." Again he leaned in, trying to kiss me or something. That was certainly the understatement of the year. What the hell did he think he was doing? "Why did you come all this way? I don't want to see you." Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Cooper and Katie come into the foyer. Great. I was sure Cooper was going to have a field day with this. "Oh, I see you have company," Rick said. I could already hear that childish tone of his coming out, and he had only been here 2 seconds. How had I not noticed it for so long? It drove me crazy now. I sighed. Might as well get this over with. "Rick, this is Katie, my best friend from high school, who I always talked about, and this is Cooper." "Good to meet you, Katie," Rick said, barely glancing her way. He mainly focused on Cooper, who just looked back at Rick, smirking amusedly. Finally, Rick held out his hand. Guess he didn't want to look like a total ass. "Nice to meet you, man." "Likewise." "So, Presley, is there somewhere we can go and talk?" Rick asked. "I don't see what about, Rick. Whatever you need to say can be said right here. For the second time, I don't understand what you're doing here." "Sweetie, I came out here to see you and to show you how much I care. I called your mother to make sure you had made it safely. I was worried. Should have called me. Thought I could use a few days away from the city, so I came to relax and see you." "Listen, Rick, I've told you 1,000,000 times. It's over. Go back to your bimbos. I don't want you." "Presley, you have to give me another chance," Rick whined. I was so done with this. This is the last thing I needed to deal with. "Rick, I don't have to do anything." "Can't believe you're being such a bitch, Presley. After everything we've been through, you can't see your way to giving us a second chance?" "Rick, just leave." "Damn it, Presley," Rick said angrily, taking a step toward me. "Hey, buddy, Presley told you to take a hike." Cooper stepped forward. Chivalrous touch, but I didn't really want him around right now either. I didn't need him defending me. I was perfectly capable of handling this on my own. "Cooper, stay out of this. Rick was just leaving." "You heard her. Stay out of it. This is between us," Rick said. "Well, if you heard her, she told you to leave," Cooper fired right back. "So leave." These two were giving me a headache, but it was amusing to see someone else give Rick a hard time. He was so city in his pressed chinos, forest green Banana Republic button-down, and brown loafers. in perfect contrast to Cooper's well-used jeans and t-shirt, which was much sexier. Looking at Rick now, I just saw an uptight yuppie who was clueless about everything, especially his own appeal. Why don't both of you leave? Presley, if I leave now, this is it. It's over. No chance of coming back, Rick threatened, seeming to think I might actually change my mind. Was he serious? Did he really think after I had already told him 100 times that it was over because of his actions, that giving me one last ultimatum was going to make me change my mind? Well, why didn't you say so, Rick? I wouldn't have wasted this much time trying to get you to leave. Fine, Presley. Rick's face slowly turned an unhealthy-looking shade of red. You're going to regret choosing this country boy over me. I found it funny that Rick was so conceited that he thought I would only turn him down if I had someone else. I glanced sideways at Cooper to see how he took the country boy comment, and saw that he looked more amused than anything. I wondered why Rick automatically assumed we were an item. As long as it got rid of him, I didn't care what he thought. Maybe he would finally get the picture. Bye-bye, Rick. Have a safe trip back, I said to his back as he stormed to his car. Good riddance. You actually dated that guy? Cooper asked. Shut up, I said, giving him a dirty look, but not able to hide my smile. Rick wasn't one of my prouder moments. I heard the phone ring from inside. I looked at Cooper. Want me to get that, in case it's them again? Cooper nodded, and we walked back inside. Prez, Cooper said. I looked at him questioningly. Stand where I can see you. If it's them, nod your head. I nodded in agreement. Hello? I said somewhat nervously. Hi, honey. It was my mother. I released a breath I didn't know I had been holding and mouthed to Cooper, who was still on the porch with Rick, that it was my parents. Hi, Mother. Are you having fun in Chicago? I sat down in the kitchen chair. I was relieved that it was just my mother on the phone. I felt almost weak. You sure are. I just had to call you and tell you. You were right. Your dad was hiding something, and you will never guess what it was. My mother sounded happy, so it couldn't be a bad thing. Are you going to tell me? He's been taking salsa lessons at a dance studio in Overstreet, so he could surprise me by taking me dancing in the city. That is so exciting. I'm so happy for you. I was relieved. I again wished I could find a good guy like that someday. I know. I can't wait to see his moves. Well, honey, I have to run. They're all waiting on me. Okay, have fun. As I hung up the phone for the second time, Cooper and Katie walked back into the kitchen. Cooper opened the refrigerator. Anything to eat in here besides ice cream? I'm starving. There is some leftover lasagna. Help yourself. My dad has been taking salsa lessons to surprise my mom with. Isn't that sweet? I said to Katie. Your dad is such a good guy. Most men wouldn't do that. Then you gals are looking in the wrong places for men, Cooper interjected. You mean to tell us you would take dance lessons to make your lady happy? I asked. How do you know I don't already know how to dance? You? I'm sorry, you just don't seem the salsa type. You underestimate my talents, babe, Cooper said, setting down the leftover lasagna and grabbing my hand to twirl me around, bringing me close to him. Maybe I have, I said, looking into his eyes and feeling the warmth of his body. Excuse me, should I be leaving you two alone? Katie asked. I pushed him away. Go eat your leftovers. Presley, 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 you won't be able to resist my charms forever. Chapter 20. I was meeting Cooper for lunch at Mama Risotto's, the town's improved version of the Olive Garden. It was family-owned and very authentic. Last night we decided to agree to disagree. He wanted me to stop investigating, and while it was kind of cute and made me feel good that he cared, there wasn't a snowball's chance in hell of it happening. I thought he finally figured that out after I screamed it in his ear loud enough. Probably tired of listening to me, he finally just changed the subject and asked me to lunch. Not one to pass up a free meal, especially with a hottie like him, I said yes. I thought he might regret asking me out because I was going to grill him over lunch. He still hadn't made any mention of knowing the Daniels prior to his security gig or to the Vegas issue. I had waited and waited for him to make even the slightest mention of it last night, and he never once did. In some respects, he didn't really have any reason to bring it up again, I guessed. But in light of everything else going on, he should have. Maybe if he had told me, I would have been more apt to stop my search for the killer. Okay, I wouldn't go that far, but he still should have told me. Last night we had talked about being a team, but I felt he was saying it just to pacify me, which is why I still hadn't told him about seeing Helen making out with some guy, or that I knew that guy was Chris. I knew he was holding out on me, too. The stuff he was holding out on was a lot bigger deal, and it really bothered me that the longer we talked about Vegas and the potential mob connection with the senator, that Cooper still didn't say anything about it. Helen kissing Chris was harmless. I knew Helen didn't kill her husband. However, we'd been having such a good time last night on a personal level that I hadn't wanted to ruin the mood by asking him. Today was a different story. I wanted answers. I walked into the restaurant and saw Cooper already sitting down talking on the phone. Torn between enjoying the view and wanting to knock him upside the head, I had quite a dilemma. The server beat me to the table and was taking his drink order when I got there, so I was saved from having to make a choice. "I ordered you a glass of Chianti. Is that okay?" Cooper asked me. "I know it's rather early, but I need a drink." Poor baby. He did look stressed out, and I was always up for a drink in the middle of the day. It seemed so naughty. "That's fine." "Well," Cooper said patiently, "are you going to tell me why you're so mad? You were fine last night, so I can't even begin to imagine what I did now. What do you recommend here?" "It's all good," I replied snappishly, kind of peeved he didn't seem all that bothered by my annoyance. "What is wrong with you, Press?" he asked, putting his menu down and looking at me. "I don't know, Cooper. Maybe it was something you said, or didn't say, rather." "I said a lot of things, especially last night. I said many more things that were far more interesting than this case," he said, looking at me lasciviously for a second time before turning concerned. "Was something out of line? Did I say something to piss you off? Thought we were on the same page." He was referring to some of the talks, and more of a personal nature. There had been a lot of playful teasing and strong attraction between the both of us, and talking wasn't all we had done, none of which I objected to in any way. Of course, that was all after Katie had left. We gave the server our order, and as she walked away, I knew I had to start talking to him about some of what I knew. "Presley?" I talked to Dirt. As I said this, Cooper immediately tensed up. I paused for a second. "He needs your help, Cooper," I continued. "You're right," he snorted. "Seriously, the FBI has taken over his authority in this case. His hands are tied officially, but he feels it's his duty to find the killer." "What does he need my help for?" "He needs some background information on Simon. You know he's connected to the mob, and Dirt claims not to know that, which doesn't make sense to me because wouldn't he have known him from the military? I hoped this would be an easy transition to finding out what had happened all those years ago." "Why me?" "Cooper, Simon works for you, and you were in the military together. It stands to reason that you know more about him." "I already told you earlier that he was Special Forces before he worked for me. He left the service about 5 years ago, did some things here and there, and started working for me." "Do you do background checks or something? Are you sure he didn't get into illegal things when he was out doing this and that?" "Of course I do background and security checks," he replied sharply. "I run a reputable business, damn it," he said, pounding his fist on the table. But nothing out of the ordinary came up. He had references from another reputable security firm that I thoroughly checked out, the routine stuff. "So why do you think Dirt's claiming not to know Simon?" I asked again. "Don't know," he shrugged. "Are you sure? I mean, don't you find that odd?" "Yes, and yes. I don't know why Dirt's acting like that." I didn't really want him to know how much I had snooped, but I couldn't continue to lie to him. He just stared at me. "Is there more about this Dirt and Simon thing that you aren't telling me? After all, isn't the main goal here to catch a killer?" He seemed to think about this for a minute, not saying anything. I kept quiet because I didn't want to push him. I wanted him to tell me the whole truth. "I already told you that Simon Atkins is Simon Palazzo, son of Garrison Palazzo." Cooper was getting exasperated with me. "Right, the guy who owns the Blue Royale Casino, among others." "The one and the same," Cooper said slowly, looking surprised that I knew this information. I thought this might be the opportune time to mention what I found on the internet. I'm assuming that is who the senator must have owed money to. Simon must have taken this job to keep an eye on him, Cooper continued. For a second, we both sat there staring at each other. I knew he was still trying to decide if it just happened to be one of those random things, me knowing who owned the Blue Royale Casino in Las Vegas, or if there was something I knew that I wasn't letting on. I wondered if I should tell him I Googled him, and more importantly, I wondered if I should tell him what I found out with my Google search. A few more minutes went by with the two of us just sitting there, staring at each other, when I finally worked up the nerve to ask him about what I found out. Cooper, will you promise not to get mad if I tell you something? That's a loaded question, Presley. Can't promise to act in a certain way if I don't know what you're asking. Then promise you will try not to get mad? What is it, Pres? Well, I Googled you the other day, and a lot of things came up. He just looked at me expectantly. And, well, I saw another article from 9 months ago with a picture showing you sitting with the senator and Helen, but you said you just started working for him 6 months ago. Presley, I held my hand up to stop him. I wanted to get all this out. There's more, Cooper. I went back even further and found something mentioning Dirt being accused of gambling in the military, and about you being charged with murder along with some other guys. What the hell is all that, and why didn't you say anything? I was torn between wanting to cover my eyes and pretend this conversation wasn't happening, and wanting the truth about what had happened, and what was happening now. Presley, I really wish you wouldn't have been so nosy. I know that looks bad, but there is good reason for all of it. Cooper rubbed his temples and sighed. Well, I wouldn't have been nosy if I didn't feel you were hiding things from me all the time. I shot back defensively. While part of me did feel a little guilty about looking into his past, he could have prevented it by being less secretive, or by not having anything to be secretive about in the first place. The notion that maybe his past was none of my business also briefly entered my mind, but I just as quickly pushed it away. This is very complicated, Prez, and I just have to ask you to trust me. I can explain everything, I promise. Just not right now. We're not leaving here until you tell me. I just need you to believe me when I say I didn't kill anyone then or now, if that crossed your mind. Don't get all dramatic, Cooper. I turned my head to smile at the approaching waitress, who set our drinks and breadsticks down on the table. I turned back to Cooper. I know you didn't kill anyone, then or now. I trust you. I really do. Though I'm not sure Helen Daniels does. I just don't know why you can't trust me. As I said the words, I realized I really did trust him. Even with no idea what he had been doing for the last 10 years, I knew in my heart he was a good person. What are you getting at with the Helen Daniels comment? When I saw her the other day in the warehouse, she mentioned that you had ties to the mob and might not be someone who could be trusted. Not that I believed her. I just thought it strange she would say that. But then I saw all those other things you have kept from me, and, well, this all seems more and more complicated. What a bitch! Cooper angrily spat out. Sorry, Prez. It's just that who the hell does she think she is, judging anyone else? Cooper, don't let it get to you. But why do you think she said that? I mean, she has to have a reason to feel that way. She knows I know people in Vegas from when we were there and from the senator's gambling issue. She also knows about the murder charge. It's not something I hide from potential clients, not in the field I'm in, though it seems to give me more street cred than anything else. I'm sure she's just made up something in her head to explain it all, and now she believes. Were you working for them 9 months ago in Vegas, rather than just 6 months ago, like you told me? No, it's where we first met. They had inquired about my services, and we had a meeting. We all happened to be in Vegas at the same time, so they asked me to come along, and we finalized the details after. What about the murder indictment? Geez, Prez, can't you just leave it alone? I'm sorry, Cooper. I want to get it all out on the table. I was working security for someone who was trying to get out of his mob ties. People were after him, and there was a confrontation. It was all self-defense. which is why the charges were dropped. See? Was that so hard? That is nothing you need to hide from me. He sat there looking into my eyes, his gaze never wavering. It dawned on me that he really did care what I thought. It made me want to throw my arms around him and hold on for dear life. I could see from the torment on his face that the possibility of having to tell me about all this had been affecting him deeply for some time. I hated to see him troubled. I wanted to take all that pain away. "Doesn't matter what I think, Cooper," I said again, reaching out to grasp his hand and meet his gaze. "But if you really want to know, I don't think you did anything wrong. I know what kind of person you are, or at least I think I do, and I know what you are and aren't capable of. The truth needs to come out, though, Coop." "I know it does, Presley." He paused to take a breath. "And there is something I need you to do for me." Chapter 21. We talked all through lunch, and I asked him why he took Lisa Simmons to Betty's. He claimed that she kept following him everywhere, and I was inclined to believe him. I mean, who could blame her? Cooper wanted me to ask my mother what she might know about Bobby and his gambling problem. I made sure he knew he would really owe me for that one. Cooper finally agreed that there might be a relationship between the two men with gambling problems and the senator's death. I wasn't looking forward to having that conversation with my mother, but I was willing to take one for the team. I tried to talk Cooper into talking to my mother himself, but he wouldn't have any part of it. He said she was too scary, and he would rather take on the mob barehanded. I couldn't argue with that logic. "What are you going to be doing while I'm braving the lion's den, Cooper?" I asked. "I need to head over to Helen's." "What?" I yelled, giving him a small shove. "Were you going to keep that from me? I thought we had an understanding." Cooper knew that he was getting her riled up, and he loved it. There was something in her eyes when they were on fire with anger that just made her all the more attractive to him. "I wasn't purposely trying to keep it from you, Presley. I'm just going to take care of this with Helen while you go talk to your mom. Not a big deal." He chuckled to himself because he knew she'd think it was a very big deal. "I'm going with you," I said stubbornly. No, you're not. If you want me to talk to my mother for you, then I will be going to Helen's with you." "Okay, fine," Cooper said like he was giving in, but secretly he was pleased. He wouldn't mind spending some more time with her, even if it was under this circumstance. Cooper and I headed up Main Street to Davis Street. Helen lived on the opposite side of town from Mama Risotto's, so we had to go through town. At this time of day, there wasn't much traffic, so it wasn't bad. Hell, there wasn't traffic at any time during the day. Streets here were so unlike city streets, where driving or walking could be like dodging bullets in a war zone. Cooper turned down Davis Street and had to go down about another mile. The Daniels house was a mansion, the biggest house in town, and probably in all surrounding areas, too. While Cooper was driving, I checked myself in the mirror. I had taken great pains to blow out my hair so that it would look shiny and straight for lunch with Cooper, and it still looked fabulous. Adding a touch more red popsicle lip gloss and some powder to cover the shiny spots made me look pretty damn good, if I did say so myself. It wouldn't do to go see Helen without looking my absolute best, especially considering the way I had looked the last few times I ran into Helen. Cooper could see her out of the corner of his eye and was appreciating the view, although he already thought she looked great. Women. Why they always needed to put all that junk on their faces, he would never know. They usually look so much better without it. "You look fine, Prez. I'm not sure Helen will approve of my outfit. Not exactly her conservative style." My outfit had been planned more around driving Cooper a little crazy, rather than on visiting Helen, so it was more sexy than usual. Oh well, nothing I could do about it now. At least I had some killer shoes on, in many ways. These heels were killing me. However, for graphite snakeskin 4-inch heels, I could live with a little, a lot, of discomfort. Well, I wouldn't worry much about what Helen thinks, because you, my dear, will be staying in the car. "No, Cooper cut me off. There was only so much he was going to let me push my way into. The deal is, you stay in the car, or I take you back right to your car right now. I could see by the set of Cooper's jaw that he wasn't going to change his mind, so I thought I would just try a different angle. I just sat in my seat and tried to decide my next move. Cooper looked over at her and thought her pouting was cute, though was a little suspicious that she had given up so easily. What is going on in that pretty little head of hers? He watched her look away from the rearview mirror and followed her gaze over to Helen's house peeking through the trees, a beautiful white colonial with navy blue shutters. The whitewashed porch wrapped around the entire house, which had to be about 5,000 square feet. I can't imagine living in a house like that, I said. I couldn't imagine anyone needing all this space. It looked like something you might find at Martha's Vineyard. It had been so long since I traveled this way, I had forgotten how big it was. I was in awe. The house was amazing. It had been in the Davis family, Helen's maiden name, and hence the street's name, for years, so it was an older home. There were 3 sections where the roof peeked up, sort of like turrets in a castle, and all the rooms on the upper level had step-out balconies. Still studying the house, I didn't notice Cooper had come to a stop until I saw that we were right behind a parked car. Who the hell is parked here in the bushes instead of parking up by the house? I laughed, realizing it was Chris's car. Hot damn, he was here visiting Helen, and they didn't want anyone to know, judging by the way his car was out here rather than in the driveway. I would find this even funnier if Chris hadn't just broken Katie's heart. I just wished I had a camera. This would be great to capture on film, because who would believe it? Cooper had pulled up behind Chris's car and parked in the next somewhat secluded spot. I asked, "Are you sure we should park so close to Chris's car?" "It'll be fine. If he's here to see Helen, there's no way he's going to leave before I do." Cooper opened the door to get out of the car. He shut the door and leaned through the open window, sliding his shades to the end of his nose. "Don't go anywhere, Prez." "Wouldn't think of it." "Right." I watched Cooper's back as he walked away from the car, around the hedge, and presumably up the driveway. I couldn't see that far. Damn hedge. I pulled a nail file out of my purse, but after a few seconds I tossed it back in my purse. I was so frustrated that Cooper was up getting who knows what kind of information while I was stuck in the car. It was so unfair. Forget this. I wasn't staying put. I tiptoed up the driveway and cut across the yard the first chance I got. The yard was heavily tree-lined, so I wasn't really worried about anyone from the house seeing me. Plus, I doubted Helen and Chris were sitting in the parlor looking out the window. I knew Helen had a few servants, but I hoped they were too busy to notice me crossing the lawn. So far so good, I thought, making my way up to the house, until I saw the police tape. Crap! I had forgotten for a moment that this was the scene of a crime and that there were sure to be police and FBI keeping an eye on the place. Undeterred by a tiny obstacle like that, I continued around the back until I was close enough to look in the windows. I slowly lifted my head up and peered in the window, then quickly lowered myself back down because it was the kitchen. It must be the gathering place for the staff. At least I knew where most of the staff was right now. The next set of windows showed a view into the senator's study. It was one of those masculine-looking rooms, with golf paraphernalia and lots of dark wood, and tons of that yellow crime scene tape and white powder all over the place. I bet Helen isn't too happy with this mess. Next was a sitting room, which I always saw as a waste of space. Who really needed those rooms anymore? Then there was another room that was empty. Maybe they sold the furniture from that room to pay the gambling debts. I laughed to myself. This was getting boring, and my heels kept sinking into the flower bed's dirt. I was probably ruining my shoes. I guessed I wouldn't make a good private investigator if it required a lot of this tedious stuff. Thank goodness I only had one more window to go. Stepping around the corner of the house, having almost made my way completely around, I was stopped by the police tape, but I could hear voices. Guess it's a good thing I didn't give up too early. I took the chance to peek in the window because I couldn't really make out what I was hearing. I could tell one was Helen, and I thought the other was Toby, and then, of course, I heard Cooper. Poking my head up far enough to see, I confirmed I was right. I didn't see Chris, so Toby must have been using Chris's car. They were all arguing, but I couldn't really make out what they were saying. The thick window glass muffled the sound too well. Based on body language alone, though, I could tell that both Toby and Cooper seemed to be mad at Helen. What for? I tried leaning in a little closer to listen. "Helen, I can't help you if you don't tell me exactly who Tom was in debt to," Cooper said exasperatedly. "Helen," Toby implored, "listen to Cooper. He's right, you know." "I've told you 100 times you can't help me. I'm not taking any risks. I just want this to be done with, and the only way to do that is to pay them off, to do what they want." I still couldn't hear what was being said, but I could tell that Cooper wasn't happy. Neither was Toby. "Helen, there's no guarantee that when you do pay them off, they will leave you alone. You're just asking for trouble by not letting me or the police help you. Not to mention that when the police find out, and you're a fool if you think they won't find out, you could be in a lot of trouble," Cooper said. "At least tell Cooper what Simon told you. That man is hiding something," Toby said. "Please, Toby, Simon is harmless," Helen said dismissively. "What about Simon, Helen? Is he involved?" Cooper asked. "I told you, Cooper, Simon isn't a problem." As Helen started to continue, my foot slipped in the mulch, and thunk, my head hit the window and I fell to the ground. I could hear noises above me, and could only assume they were running to the window to see what had made the noise. I thought it prudent to hightail it out of there. I ran down the length of the house until I felt it was safe to cut across the lawn and back down the driveway. All of a sudden I heard, in heavily accented English, "Hey, you stop, you're on private property." Shit! I forgot all about the people in the kitchen, which of course happened to be where I chose to cut across the lawn. I ran even faster, which still wasn't very fast in these heels. I sure as hell wasn't going to stop. The voice kept yelling after me, but they sounded further and further away, so I assumed he wasn't running after me. Good thing, since I was out of shape and running slower each step. I should be fine as long as no one recognized me, and I had no reason to think that any of the house staff would have any idea who I was. How far away was that damn car? It seemed to be taking me forever to reach it. Then my heel caught in a hole, and I went sprawling. Oof! Ow! That hurt! I wanted to lay there and wait for the pain to go away, but I could still hear voices. Someone was coming to check out the intruder. I picked myself up and began running to the car again. "I deserve a margarita after this," I said to myself, as I noticed there was a big hole in my pants. My favorite pair of black Ann Taylor trousers, ruined. I took my shoes off so they wouldn't get any more ruined from running across the lawn and in the mulch. Maybe I should write Steve Madden and tell him his shoes were not made to withstand cross-country running. In the back of my mind, I knew I should be more worried about what Cooper was going to say to, or rather yell at, me when he got back to the car. It was obvious I hadn't stayed in the car. Finally, I saw the car. I swore to God it was farther away than where we had left it. I jumped in, huffing, puffing, and hoping no one was following me. I laid back in my seat, turned my head to the left, and noticed the keys were still in the ignition. Cooper must have left them in case I wanted to listen to the radio or something. I thought for a minute. No, I couldn't. He would kill me. But he was going to kill me anyway for not staying in the car once he got back. So what did I have to lose? He would get over it. I slid across the seat into the driver's side, turned the key, gunned the engine, and took off, shooting dirt and gravel everywhere. The tires caught the blacktop with a screech. Dukes of Hazzard, watch out! And I took off down the road. It took a few miles before I was sure no one was following me, and my breathing returned to normal. All that excitement, and I didn't really have anything to show for it. My heart rate was finally starting to slow, and I was feeling back to normal. I was ready to turn back onto Main Street when, in my side view mirror, I saw a black Hummer behind me, the full-sized one, not the H2. It was definitely not the typical car for this area, so it piqued my interest. I looked in my rearview mirror and was startled to see that the Hummer's driver had sped up and was closing the distance between his car and mine. That bastard is right up my ass. I could not see through the SUV's tinted glass to identify the driver. What the fuck? I muttered as I accelerated, only to witness the larger vehicle gain speed behind me. I flipped off the annoying driver, my middle finger thrust angrily out my window. I was slightly regretful for showing road rage, but after the experience I just had, my patience was gone. Jackass should know better than to tailgate someone. That's how accidents happen. The Hummer was still tailgating dangerously close behind, and I began to think that maybe flipping him off hadn't been the best course of action to take. I got the distinct impression that this wasn't a random event. The person in that car was definitely following me. I turned left on Autumn Street to see if the Hummer followed me, and it did. As soon as I looked back to the road, I realized my mistake. Autumn Street was a dead end. What should I do now? Years ago, there was a cut-through at the end of Autumn Street to the next street over. At one time, there had been a house on the lot, but the house was torn down long ago, and what had been 2 driveways coming in for each side of the home had created a semi-passable cut-through. I figured it was worth the chance. I made a hard right and floored it. This shit is bumpy, I thought as my head hit the car's ceiling a few times. The Hummer hadn't been expecting me to turn so sharply and took a second to follow me. This gave me a slight advantage, but one that wouldn't last long since the Hummer was far better equipped to go off-road than Cooper's SUV. I just prayed there wasn't anything in the tall grass for me to run over. The last thing I needed was a flat tire. After one final bump that almost sent me airborne, I was through to the other street. I gunned it so I could make it through the light at the end of the street. I made it, but the Hummer stopped. The driver must have decided they wouldn't lose me and didn't want to break the law to run that light. I needed to put some distance between us, but didn't want to go home and have them follow me there. I decided to go to Brian's. I figured he owed me anyway, and his place wasn't that far away, plus I could pull into his garage and hide the car. I turned down another side street, taking an indirect way to Brian's in case the Hummer caught back up to me. Pulling into Brian's driveway, I kept going right into the shop. Brian looked up from the engine he was working on, startled. He walked over to me, wiping his hands on a rag. "What the hell, Prez? Why are you pulling into the garage? I'm trying to work here." "Shut up, Brian, and shut the door." I jumped out of the car and looked toward the road to see if I could get a glimpse of the black Hummer. I didn't see anything as Brian closed the door. I was probably safe. I leaned against the car as my knees felt weak. I wasn't used to being chased through town and began to realize this investigation might be more dangerous than I originally thought. Maybe Cooper was right. "Presley, tell me what the hell is going on. You barge in here, scream at me to shut the door, and you are trembling and are as white as a sheet," Brian said. A black Hummer tried to run me off the road. Luckily, they got stopped at a red light, and I was able to lose them, I think. This was the closest place I could think of to hide myself in the car. Besides, you owe me. Is Barbara here? Brian at least had the decency to look a little sheepish at this. "She's visiting her mother in Southern Illinois." I looked at him questioningly. "Everything is fine between us," he continued. "Her sister's having a baby, and she went down to help out. Thanks for not saying anything the other night," he added. "It's nothing, Brian. She seems like a great girl, so I don't know why you were willing to screw that up." "I don't know, Prez. I guess I just thought—" I held my hand up to stop him from saying any more. "You know what, Brian? Let's just drop it. Just be smart and don't do it again." "Thanks, Prez." I knew I needed to tell Cooper and Dirt about the latest development, but I also needed to wait here long enough to make sure the mystery car was gone. As I began to think about my next move, a plan began to formulate in my head. Chapter 22. Driving back home from Brian's, I listened to my voicemail. There were 2 more messages from Trevor. The first one was just wanting to know how long it really took to write an article that was only supposed to be about 2,500 words. The second, also from Trevor, was much the same content, just not nearly as nice, mainly because I had been ignoring him. Good thing we were friends. I needed to figure out what to tell him and to call him back. Rick also had called, and I just hit delete without listening to what he had to say. There was a message from my friend Jared, who had been out of town when I left, and wanted to know what the hell was going on. Jared was one of my best friends. I really needed to call him. He would help me figure out what to say to Trevor. Plus, I wanted to tell him about Cooper. And there were several messages from Cooper, too. He wasn't happy I had taken his car. I had left it at Brian's and had Brian take me back to my car, and then he picked up Cooper. Brian had called me later to say that maybe I should keep away from Cooper for a while. At least I got him his car back. I felt my stomach rumble from hunger. I looked at the clock on my car radio and saw that it was almost 5 o'clock. Time had gotten away from me. I pulled into the La Casa parking lot. I had done some conniving earlier in the day and was meeting Dirt and Cooper here. But that had taken place before I had taken Cooper's car, so hopefully he would still show. Neither man knew the other would also be showing up. I thought I might as well pick up some cheesy garlic fries while I was here. My parents were still in the city, and I couldn't count on my mother's cooking tonight. Since my diet went out the window the minute I got into town, I thought I might as well enjoy myself. I was already due for a lot of gym time when I got back. I turned and saw Katie and Chris in the parking lot getting out of Chris's red Impala. I had been trying to track down Katie all day and was disappointed she was with Chris. What was she thinking? Would that girl never learn? As I parked, I noticed Cooper getting out of his car and walking up to them. This should be interesting. He gave me what had to be the dirtiest look anyone had ever given me. I was glad he had other things to worry about right now. Chris and Katie were walking up to the door of the diner. "Chris, wait up, man," Cooper yelled out. Katie looked up, but Chris pretended to ignore him. I saw him say something sharply to Katie, and she recoiled a little. I was livid at the way Chris felt he could walk all over my friend, but was even angrier with Katie for allowing it to happen. "Chris," Cooper shouted again. Chris must have decided he couldn't escape and stopped. I left my car and walked up to stand next to Cooper. Getting closer to Chris, I could see he was already on the defensive. "What the fuck do you want?" Chris demanded hotly. He looked ready for a fight. If he was worried we might now know about his affair with Helen, that seemed a rather stupid way to play it. "Listen, man, I need to talk to you, but maybe you'd rather not do it in front of her?" Cooper said, nodding in Katie's direction. "You can ask me whatever you want right here. We don't have any secrets," Chris replied. I gave him a dirty look, and he at least had the decency to blush a little. Until the other night, he'd had secrets. "Fine, have it your way. What's this about you and Helen Daniels?" Cooper said. "I was sleeping with her, so what?" "You didn't feel you should have told me about this? Doesn't make you look good, man." "Why would anyone care if I was screwing Helen? It's not anyone's business but ours." I turned to Katie as this exchange happened. Katie looked to be on the verge of tears. This angered me, but I kept quiet. "Normally you would be right, but Chris, there's been a murder here, and the senator wasn't some regular person. The police and the FBI are all over this, and there's a ton of interest from the media. You and Helen hiding this does not look good. That Lisa Simmons from D.C. going to get wind of this at some point. It's going to be bad for you and really bad for Helen." "That's bullshit," Chris said, but he wavered a little. Something was bothering him. I wondered if he was in love with Helen, and if it wasn't just for the sex. But then, why was he still with Katie? I looked at Cooper, and our eyes met. I could tell he also thought Chris knew something he wasn't saying in front of Katie. "I don't know why you guys are bugging me. You know I didn't kill the senator, and neither did Helen, for that matter. She might have been sleeping around on Tom, but she's not a killer. She's a good person." At that, Katie couldn't hold back the tears. Chris glanced at her and finally showed some remorse. I felt bad for her and couldn't wait to talk to her later. "Chris, you need to tell Dirt about this. Avoiding this issue won't make it go away. It'll just make it worse." "I know." Chris looked depressed, like he was wondering how he got himself into this mess. "Come on, Katie. I don't feel much like eating right now." Katie just looked at me, shrugged in an embarrassed way, and followed Chris back to his car. "Call me later, Katie," I said to Katie's back. "He knows more than he's letting on, Cooper," I said quietly. "I know, and it worries me. Can't just be the affair with Helen. I'm afraid he might be involved in something bigger." "Well, look who's here," Cooper said, looking at the parking lot entrance. It was Dirt's county-issue Tahoe. I began to get a little nervous. This had seemed like such a good idea at the time, but now I wasn't so sure how this would work out. Dirt stepped out of the truck and walked angrily over to Cooper and I. "What is going on, Prez? What is he doing here?" "You two need to grow up and work as a team," I said to both of them angrily. "The past is long gone. Move on." After talking to Cooper at lunch and seeing how much this bothered him, I was determined to get to the bottom of things. Even though there were still so many secrets, I thought if they could set aside their differences, just for now, it might lead to something they could work out later. Now they were both staring at me and looking angry. It was making me a little uncomfortable. They were smart guys, so I knew they immediately figured out that I had engineered the whole thing to get them together. They looked madder at me than at each other. That was a good start, wasn't it? "So where did this Hummer start following you, Prez?" Dirt asked. "Oh, no, you don't. If either of you want any information from me, and believe me, I have plenty, then I suggest you start talking to each other," I said with as much authority as I could muster. I had gotten them together on a pretense, but could blackmail with the best of them. Either they worked this out, or they would get nothing from me. "Presley, stop the games. We need to figure out who was following you," Cooper said. "My lips are sealed," I said primly. "You might think this is none of my business, but I care about both of you. Whatever this is, needs to stop." "You know what? We can talk about all this later. It's more important we find out who is bothering Presley," Cooper said to Dirt. Dirt nodded in agreement. Cooper and Dirt were smart enough to realize they needed to put their differences aside for now and work together on this to find the senator's killer. Dirt was all but shut out from the FBI, and Cooper didn't have any actual authority. It made them a good team, even if it was temporary. I waited throughout dinner for the right moment to fill Dirt in about seeing Bobby with Garrison Palazzo. They had already grilled me about the Hummer incident while we ate. At this point, I felt it was important to get all the facts on the table. "I know that people were always trying to get the senator to take up their cause so he could influence certain bills that were going to pass through the Senate. Maybe the Palazzo family wanted to use his influence," Cooper said as we hashed out theories. He was still pissed at her about taking his car and had his own idea of how she would have to make it up to him. That thought is all that kept him from throttling her. "I bet Toby knows something he's not saying," I offered up. "Did you guys know about Helen trying to take over Tom's seat in the Senate?" I personally thought there was still something ironic about Bobby also having been in trouble in Vegas, but that had been ignored. Neither of them thought Bobby had anything to do with the senator, so I had just given up on that for now. "So, where do we go from here?" I asked. Cooper and Dirt just looked at me. "What?" "Prez, it's time you left this to us. Someone threw a rock through your parents' window. You had someone call your home and threaten you. Someone chased you earlier with a car, for God's sakes. You need to just stay out of it." "I agree with Cooper," Dirt said. "Enough is enough. We can't be worried about you being in danger." I was fuming. "You're not my guardians. I am a big girl, and I have helped you both. You can't shut me out now." "Yes, we can," Cooper said. Dirt nodded in agreement. "That's not acceptable. You either include me, or I will call Lisa Simmons and tell her everything I know." "Prez." "I will, Cooper. I refuse to be left out, and if I have to resort to blackmail, I will." Of course, I would not actually do that, but I had hoped they would be worried enough to not keep trying to push me aside on this. "Cooper, I think she means business." "Fine. But you need to promise us you will do what we say and not go off on your own. It is too dangerous," Cooper said, giving me a stern look. "Okay," I said with my fingers crossed behind my back. I knew to stop when I was ahead. We left the restaurant, me full of garlic cheesy fries, with a plan. Cooper and Dirt were going to follow up with Simon and Chris respectively, and I was going to try to talk to Helen and Katie. I was to see if I could find out anything on what Chris might be hiding. We all felt that somehow he was tied into this mess, which was hard to figure out since no one thought he was gambling. "Call me, Prez, after you talk to Helen," Cooper said. My heart skipped a beat, partly because of the way Cooper was looking at me, and, well, partly because of the way Cooper was looking at me. He was mad and sexy. It might be worth getting yelled at just to watch him. "I will." Chapter 23. The next morning, Katie and I met at the knockoff Starbucks out at the strip mall. It wasn't as sunny and bright as the day before. Looking like rain, the sky was that dull gray that made you want to curl up on the couch with a blanket and hot soup. Katie didn't want to meet at Betty's for some reason, and my thighs didn't need to meet there either. I had to stop with the muffins and the cheesy fries, and with my mother's cooking. Katie had called last night and asked me to meet her for coffee so that she could explain the whole Chris situation. I was glad because I had questions to ask Katie, and it seemed like my friend was ready to open up about the situation. Suddenly, a small yellow car flew into the lot, fishtailing to a stop 6 feet in front of us. "What the hell is wrong with that driver?" I asked Katie, trying to dodge flying gravel. "That's Toby's car." As she said this, Toby stepped out of the car, disheveled and frantic. Something was definitely wrong. "It's about time I found you, Presley. I've been looking all over town for you. Where's Cooper?" Toby said breathlessly. "Why? What's wrong?" "I think Chris is in danger. You and Cooper have to help him," Toby pleaded. "Toby, calm down. Why is Chris in danger?" "Listen, we have to get Cooper. I don't have time to tell this story twice." As Toby continued talking, I dialed my cell phone. The look on Toby's face left no room for doubt. Something was really, really wrong. Cooper had planned to meet me later after he and Dirt talked to the feds about what they knew. Last I heard, they hadn't been able to get a hold of Simon or Chris, and they had decided that as much as they might not want FBI interference, it would be a good idea to share information, and they shouldn't wait any longer. After all, we all had the same goal, to catch a killer. "He's probably still at the station," I said to Toby while it rang. "Hello." "Cooper, where are you?" I said urgently. "I'm pulling out of the police station parking lot right now. You okay?" he demanded, sensing my mood. "I'm fine," I assured him, "but I think Chris might be in danger. Toby is here and is having a full-blown meltdown. He says he has to talk to you. Meet us at Betty's. We can be there in 10 minutes. The police station was on the other side of town, so if we met at Betty's, it was in the middle and would be faster. "I'm on my way out. What's going on, Prez?" "Just meet us there." I looked at Katie and Toby. "Get in," I said to both of them, jumping in my Kia and putting the key in the ignition. As I pulled out into traffic to head across town, I tried again to get Toby to tell me what was going on. Chris had to be involved in this mess somehow. We had been right all along. But why was he in danger? "Toby, you've got to tell me what's going on," I said, speeding the few miles to meet Cooper. "Just hurry up and get there, and I promise I will tell you everything," Toby yelled. "Calm down, Toby," Katie said, grabbing his hand and giving it a squeeze. "It can't be that bad." "Yes, it is. We are running out of time," he said, glancing at his watch. "It may be too late already." "We'll be there in 2 seconds," I said, turning the corner, which led right into the parking lot of Betty's. As I turned in, I saw Cooper was already there. He must have been flying. As we pulled in, he was stepping out of his car. I came to a stop right next to him, and he reached for my door. Toby and Katie jumped out as Cooper started to speak. "Can someone please tell me what's going on?" he asked, while looking intently at me. We all looked expectantly at Toby. He looked back at us, gathering his thoughts. Finally, after what seemed an eternity, he started speaking. "I'm afraid for Chris. I think he got himself in big trouble. He's in way over his head, and I think his life may be in danger," Toby forced out in a rush of words. "Toby, slow down. What is Chris mixed up with?" Cooper quickly changed from being concerned about me to focusing on what Toby had to say. I admired how calm he was in a crisis. I guess that was what made him good at his job. Toby took a deep breath and started to speak again. "Chris is mixed up with some bad people, and it's all my fault. You have to help him." "How is it your fault?" I asked Toby. "He was blackmailing the senator." The three of us stared at Toby in shocked silence. We thought Chris was involved somehow, but this wasn't exactly what we expected. Cooper was the first to break the stunned silence. "Why, Toby? What did he have to gain?" This was what we hadn't been able to figure out when we thought Chris might be a likely suspect. What was in it for Chris? What was his motivation? It couldn't just be because of Helen. "He didn't have anything to gain." Toby's voice caught in his throat. "He was doing it for me." When the senator found out I was gay, he was going to fire me. I had counted on this job, getting me noticed and on to the next level. Being in politics is all I've ever wanted. I was angry that he'd fire me after all I had done for him, and I went to Chris. Chris knew about the senator's gambling problem and threatened to expose him unless he kept me on the payroll and helped further my career. I still wasn't sure how this put Chris in danger and started to ask Toby about it. But out of the corner of my eye, I saw Cooper shake his head, motioning me to be quiet. We waited for Toby to continue. Bobby had witnessed Tom losing big in Vegas. Bobby mentioned it to me, and I told Chris, who thought it would be just the information we needed to shut Tom up, Toby said hoarsely. But then Tom was murdered, and things have been spinning out of control. Chris called me about an hour ago to tell me that he and Helen were meeting someone out at the old warehouse, and that this would be settled once and for all. Cooper and I looked at each other. What in the world did Helen have to do with this, and why was she with Chris, besides the obvious sex part? I looked at Cooper and could tell he was thinking the same thing. Cooper spoke first. "Toby," he said gently, "why would Chris be with Helen?" "She's known about the blackmailing all along. She's the one who encouraged Chris to do it. She knew that Tom would cave. He didn't want to blemish his career, and she thought she could use it as leverage," Toby said bitterly. "If it wasn't for her, I don't think Chris would have gotten this involved." "Toby, why would Helen care? What does she have to gain?" I asked. "She wanted to divorce Tom, but he wouldn't hear of it. Said it would hurt his political career, and she owed him. She convinced Chris that Tom would relent under the blackmail scheme, and she pushed him until he gave in." "Why would that matter?" Toby looked at me as if I were stupid. "Because he loves her, Presley. She said if he blackmailed Tom and was able to get a divorce, then she wanted to marry him. He's doing it for her. In fact, I think Chris killed the senator for Helen." "What?" Katie and I exclaimed. "I think Chris killed the senator for Helen." Toby was beside himself with emotion. "Toby, why would you think that? Blackmail is one thing, but murder? Chris isn't that kind of guy." As I said it, however, I wondered. I hadn't had much contact with him in years, so anything was possible. This just seemed so surreal. I know he was at their house the night the senator was killed. I asked him if he had seen anyone else or had any ideas about what happened. He wouldn't say anything. He just clammed up. I got the feeling he was trying to protect me. But to kill someone? You don't understand, Presley. He's head over heels for Helen. He would do anything for her. Sorry, Katie. Toby realized too late how all of this would affect Katie, but better she hear it now than to go on thinking Chris was her knight in shining armor. Katie just shook her head and grimaced. I just stood by feeling helpless. Hopefully this would be the final straw for Katie, and she'd finally stay away from Chris. Toby shifted his weight impatiently. "We need to go to the warehouse. Every minute we waste talking about it could be fatal for Chris. We need to call dirt," I said to Cooper. His back was to me, and he stepped a few feet away. He already had his phone out and was dialing. Someone must have picked up because I could see him talking into the phone. He snapped it shut and turned back to me. "Wonder where he's at. He never showed up to talk to the FBI, and I've left him several messages." "Who was that you were just talking to? The FBI? Maybe something else happened and he's tied up." "Could be. Just funny that no one at the station knew where he was at." Cooper shrugged. "Prez, you and Katie take Toby back to your house and wait for us there." I glared at him with what I hoped to be my dirtiest look. Had he not learned anything about me? Did he really think he would be able to get away with leaving me out? "Oh, no, you don't. I'm going with you," I said. "Prez, I don't have time to argue with you," Cooper said exasperatedly. "It's not safe." "Then don't argue. Just face it. I'm going." "Fine. Katie, take Toby's car back to the Thurmans and stay there until you hear from us." Katie nodded in agreement. She had no desire to be involved in this, especially where Chris was concerned. She took Toby's arm, but he snatched it away and looked at Cooper. "You can't go without me either. I'm his brother." "Don't worry, Toby. Let Katie take you back to the house. I will make sure nothing happens to Chris. Just trust me." "No," Toby said firmly. I would rather be in danger than to have to wait and wonder what was going on. If the situation wasn't so dire, I would have to laugh at Cooper's face. I could tell he would have been happy locking both me and Toby up somewhere so he could leave us behind. The clenched jaw and throbbing temple gave me a clear picture of how much effort he was using to stay calm. Poor Cooper. He would have to get used to having sidekicks. We sped down the road to the old warehouse, and I could tell there were a million things running through Cooper's head. He stared stone-faced at the road. "What's the plan?" I said, gripping the door handle. I peeked at the speedometer and saw that he was pushing 90. This made me a little nervous. Not that he was speeding. Hell, I did that all the time and had the tickets to prove it. But rather that he felt such an urgency to speed. "Do we really need to go this fast?" I asked, looking over at him. His side profile was quite nice, even with his jaw set and the cords in his neck taut. He was ready for something. I just wasn't sure what yet. He glanced over at me. "I can only hope we don't come across any cops. If Dirt doesn't get my message." He trailed off, looking at me again. "What if bringing in the police makes it worse?" asked Toby. "It'll be fine, Toby. Cops are trained for this." "But still," Toby started again. "Toby," I interrupted, "you can trust Cooper." "I'm just so worried." "It'll be okay, Toby." "So what's our plan?" I asked Cooper again. Cooper just looked at me with a dirty expression of his own. I punched him in the arm. "What the hell did you do that for? You know it's not smart to hit the driver when they're trying to concentrate on the road." "I have the utmost confidence in your driving ability," I said hotly. "But if you don't start including me, I'll hit you again. Harder," I threatened. He grimaced slightly. "I think that Chris and Helen are meeting Simon at that warehouse, maybe even Garrison. It's the only thing that fits." "Do you think that somehow Chris is a partner with Simon in all of this?" I asked. "No," he replied. "I think Simon has his own agenda. I'm just not sure what it is. I'm almost positive it's not the same as his dad's. That's not who Simon is." I started to follow his logic. "So you don't think Simon is trying to get Helen to make good on the debt, and Chris is stepping in to defend her?" "Not really. But to be honest, I'm not really sure of a lot right now." "That's crazy," I continued. "What the hell is Chris thinking?" "That's what I'm afraid of, Presley. He's not thinking. If he were, he wouldn't think he could go up against a member of the mob. He doesn't need to worry so much about Simon. But the rest of them..." He trailed off. "Oh, my God," Toby groaned from the back. "He is no match for someone like Simon. Can you drive any faster?" "Surely Chris would know that he would lose going up against them," I said, ignoring Toby in the back. "I would think so, Prez." "They say love is blind," I said sarcastically, shrugging. "And stupid," he muttered under his breath. Chapter 24. Cooper slowed as we neared the warehouse. We could see lights illuminating the bottom floor. The other 5 floors were pitch black. We could see Chris's red Impala and Helen's Mercedes sitting in the lot. As we pulled in, we also saw Simon's car in the lot, along with a black Lincoln, which I recognized to be the car of Garrison Palazzo. Then, to my surprise, we also spotted Bobby's rattletrap truck. I nudged Cooper as he dialed Dirt again. "That's Bobby's car, and the other car belongs to Simon's dad, Garrison Palazzo." "Damn it," he swore softly. With a resigned look on his face, he put the phone back in his pocket. "Dirt's still not answering. I can't wait any longer. I've got to get in there." "You mean we've got to get in there," I corrected. He was crazy if he thought he was going in there without me. "No," he yelled. "You are not going in there. It's dangerous. You and Toby just wait here until Dirt comes so you can fill him in." "You're not leaving me here, Cooper. I'm coming with you. Besides, Dirt might not even get your message. What then? You need someone in there to help you," I said firmly, defiantly staring into his eyes. "No, you're not coming, Presley. I don't need your help. I can take care of myself," he yelled, not taking his eyes off me. For a moment, we stared at each other. I wasn't exactly sure what this was going to accomplish, but I wasn't going to be the first one to look away. Cooper had a hard time not losing focus when he was looking at her. "Listen, Prez," he said in a rational tone. "I'm not going to put you in danger, and I can't think clearly if I have to worry about you." "That's sweet, Cooper, and I appreciate it, but I'm not going to sit out here and let you face the danger alone," I said defiantly, feet planted, my jaw tight. "Besides, Toby can stay out here and wait for Dirt." Toby looked at me as if I were crazy. "Am I safe out here?" "You'll be fine, Toby," I said. "Wait here for Dirt and tell him what's going on. I'm going with Cooper for backup." "Fine, we don't have time to argue about this." Cooper gave in. "Just stay behind me and do as I say." He muttered a few choice words under his breath that I chose to ignore, and then looked at my shoes. I noticed his gaze as it traveled over my body. It was making me feel very warm. The feeling, however, was short-lived when Cooper made a snide comment about my shoes. "What's wrong with my shoes?" "Take them off. You will be able to hear those heels from miles away. We need the element of surprise." "Well, excuse me, I didn't plan on this when I chose my outfit," I answered sarcastically. "All the more reason to stay here," he said pointedly. I rolled my eyes at this last-ditch effort to get me to stay put and took my shoes off. I didn't relish walking into the nasty warehouse with bare feet. I was probably risking tetanus or something, but I wasn't about to stay in the car. Cooper locked the car door with Toby inside. He put the keys in his pocket, and we headed towards the warehouse. We had parked around back so that if anyone else showed up, they would only see the other cars, unless, of course, they drove around the building. Then we were screwed. Hopefully, Dirt would have the same idea so he would see our car. Walking in the front door, Cooper motioned for me to be quiet as he drew his gun. It was dark, with only the faint light from the setting sun allowing for any visibility. It took a few seconds for our eyes to adjust before we could even make out any of our surroundings. Made me a little uneasy watching Cooper handle a gun. I'd never seen a gun like that up close. I didn't even realize he carried one, though it made sense, and it made me look at Cooper in a whole new light. He was actually even sexier, if that was even possible. Cooper and I heard voices in the back of the warehouse as we got closer. As we got closer to the voices, a glow emanated from a room down the hall. It was nice to be able to see, but the light also made us a little bit more visible. We listened intently, trying to make out what was being said. There seemed to be at least 3 people talking. I immediately recognized Helen Daniels and Simon talking. We knew Chris was in there, but he wasn't currently saying anything. And the other voice wasn't his. I didn't recognize it, but I assumed it belonged to Garrison Palazzo. Cooper heard the voices too, and it confirmed some of his suspicions. He wished Presley would have stayed in the car. He had a bad feeling about this. Cooper and I crept around the corner, and the people doing the talking came into view. Everyone stood in a semicircle. Simon stood facing an older man who Cooper and I knew to be Garrison Palazzo. Simon and his dad were arguing, and both were armed with guns. Chris and Bobby stood next to Helen, and none of them were saying much of anything. They just looked scared. Couldn't blame them there. Now that I was closer to the action, I almost wished I had stayed behind. There were too many guns out there for me, but I was in it for the long haul now, and I sure wasn't going to admit that I was scared at this point. As we inched closer, we could start to make out what the others were saying. "You got your money, Garrison, leave her out of it," Simon yelled. I assumed he was referring to Helen, which seemed odd. What did Simon care about Helen? "Simon, we can't leave any loose ends. They need to be silenced, permanently," Garrison Palazzo said with a menacing tone, pointing his gun at both Helen and Chris. "Son, you were supposed to have taken care of this already." "Looks like father and son aren't exactly on the same page. I told you Bobby was involved somehow," I whispered to Cooper, elbowing him in the ribs. He gave me a stern look and pressed his fingers to his lips in an effort to silence me. Not an easy task. "What about him?" Simon said, pointing to Bobby. "What's to say he won't talk?" "Hey, man, you have my word. I just wanted to repay my debt and be left alone. I didn't see anything," Bobby said in response. "Thanks, Simon," I thought to myself. "Glad you wanted that question answered, too." "Trust me, Simon, he's no threat. He knows that if he says anything, the police will get an anonymous tip telling them that he killed our friend, the senator." "What?" Simon and I both exclaimed. However, I must have been louder than I thought, because everyone had heard and turned toward me. Cooper clamped his hand over my mouth, but it was a fraction too late. There was no denying that this time my mouth had landed me in big trouble. "Damn it, Presley," Cooper whispered in frustration. He knew he should have forced me to stay in the car, even if he had to tie me up to make it possible. He pushed me away from him, back toward the warehouse door, but we couldn't back up fast enough when Garrison saw us. "Well, well, well, what have we here? Seems like we have some company. The pretty lady and her boyfriend, the security professional." "What a joke," Garrison said, laughing. Simon had his gun trained on us and waved it, motioning for us to come out of our hiding place to join the others. He motioned for Cooper to toss down his gun, which he did. Cooper began clenching and unclenching his fists. I was scared and felt horrible that I had just put us in a bad predicament. I could only hope that Dirt would get there soon, or that we could find some way to talk our way out of this. Garrison shifted to get a good view of all of us. Without taking his eyes off the group, he continued talking to Simon. "I said, we don't have to worry about him talking, Simon. He did the job you were supposed to do. His debt with me is clear." Cooper and I weren't the only ones who were surprised to learn that Bobby had killed Senator Daniels. Simon had clearly not been expecting this news, and Chris stared at Helen in complete shock. Helen, though, was her normal, in-control self and in a killer Donna Karan suit with Prada handbag. Even at gunpoint, the woman looked put together. I broke the stunned silence. It's not as if things could get any worse, and I really wanted some clarification here. "Wait a minute, I'm confused here. I thought Chris killed the senator." "You bitch." We all turned our heads to see Chris confronting Helen. His face was white and his body was shaking with anger. "You told me that you killed Tom," he yelled at her. "I've been trying to cover for you and putting myself in danger for nothing." "Get a grip, Chris. I never said I killed anybody. You assumed I did. I just didn't correct you," Helen said curtly. This boy had been a fun diversion from her boring daily life, but he was starting to be a bore. "Not my fault that you were too stupid to figure out the truth. Besides, I needed you. You played right into the situation perfectly." I could see the hurt in Chris's eyes. It was clear that he had true feelings for Helen. I was confused about why he was with Katie last night then, and I regretted that I hadn't the chance to ask Katie before Toby showed up at the coffee house. I sighed. There was time enough later to figure that out, if we got out of here alive. "You used me," Chris said, still angry, but also a bit sad. He knew he was stupid to have thought someone like Helen would really love him, but sometimes she could be so nice. "Sorry," Helen shrugged. "I didn't make you fall in love with me." Although Chris looked devastated, I had a hard time feeling sorry for him. What comes around goes around. He treated Katie like crap, and he was getting what he deserved. I don't believe for a minute that Bobby killed him, and Simon didn't kill him. Obviously, Helen and Chris didn't kill him either, so who did? I asked. This was getting ridiculous. For a moment, this entire situation seemed comical. Guns pointing at people, people fighting over being in love, or rather, not in love. For a split second, everyone was silent. "I killed him," Dirt said, stepping out from the shadows with his gun trained on Toby, who stepped in front of him. I wondered how long he had been listening to this exchange. "Thanks, Cooper, for leaving me those voicemails to let me know where you would be. It really made my job easier getting all of you in the same place." "You son of a bitch," Cooper said, taking a step forward. He had been hoping he was wrong about Dirt. Despite their differences, Cooper wouldn't have thought him capable of murder. And for what? Now, I would think twice before stepping any closer, Coop." Dirt pointed his gun at him. That made 3 guns pointed in various directions. Simon, Garrison, and now Dirt. But who was counting? "Dirt, what is this about?" I questioned. "Why would you kill the senator?" Dirt turned to me, fuming. He was livid about the situation playing out like this. When he got involved with Garrison Palazzo, he hadn't any idea it would turn to murder, and now to this. Presley, I'm so sorry you had to get involved. I would have preferred you never come out here. You were always a good friend to me. Now you're going to have to die with your boyfriend here. Dirt, let her go. She won't say anything, Cooper said quietly. Shut up. I've worked too hard. I deserve this, and I'm not letting you fuck it up. Not any of you, Dirt said. Dirt, why? I asked again. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't comprehend Dirt killing me or Tom Daniels, and wanted to know what had pushed him to these lengths. Because being a cop doesn't pay shit. I got tired of working hard for nothing, something she wouldn't understand, he said, pointing to Helen, who had the nerve to look bored by the whole scene. Or the senator. He thought he was such a big shot that he could gamble away millions without a care in the world. But Dirt, murder? Is it really worth it? You're not this kind of person. It looked like Dirt was conspiring with Garrison and Simon. You don't know what kind of person I am, Presley, he sneered, so just shut up. All of you shut up and get on the floor. Simon, you toss your gun over to Garrison. Wait a minute. Why would Dirt want Simon to get rid of his gun? My head was starting to hurt from all of this. Are you working for him? I said incredulously, tilting my head towards Garrison. You go where the money is. Dirt was so wrapped up in trying to watch all of us that he didn't notice Cooper making eye contact with Simon and Chris, who finally quit shooting daggers at Helen. Cooper thought if they could time it just right and all rush the guys holding the guns, we might just have a chance of getting out of this alive. I noticed the looks they were trading. I couldn't figure out what they were saying or planning, but all I could hope was that it was some sort of guy thing and that they each knew what the other was thinking. Then I looked at Cooper, and he smiled at me with his eyes. I felt reassured. I could tell he was going to get us out of here safely. Get on the floor, all of you! Dirt screamed again. Oh, please, Dirt, this is really getting tiresome, Helen said, rolling her eyes and looking like she really wanted a cigarette. Though I had to hand it to her, she didn't look worried about all the guns and threats. I wasn't sure if Helen didn't think they would hurt us, if she just lived that much in denial, or if she didn't care. Maybe she knew exactly what was going on. Could she have been a part of this all along? Shut up, Helen. I was overwhelmed by the thought that Dirt killed Tom Daniels. I didn't understand at all what his motive could have possibly been. How would he have benefited from it? I couldn't help myself. I had to ask again. Why, Dirt? Does it really matter, Presley? He asked sarcastically. Actually, yes. If you are going to kill me, you at least owe me an explanation. After all, if it wasn't for me, you would never have passed Mr. Woodburn's photography class. Seriously, Prez? You're going to try and guilt me over helping me in high school when it was over 10 years ago? It was a big deal at the time, since you would have had to sit on the bench during basketball season if you hadn't passed that class. This exchange sounded ridiculous considering the amount of weaponry around, but I was trying to buy some time and get some answers. Apparently, he wasn't the only one getting tired of this juvenile banter. Oh, for God's sakes, Dirt, just kill them and be done with it. Simon, come on, Garrison said, with a nod of his head in Simon's direction. No, Dad. Excuse me? This is no time to argue. We can settle our differences later. Come on, now, Garrison said menacingly. I almost felt a little sorry for Simon, even if he did have a gun pointed at me earlier. It must suck to have a dad like that. It made me appreciate my parents more. I started to think about how I might not see them again, and my eyes teared up a bit. The realization that I might not get out of this alive was starting to sink in. Simon, Garrison growled. Sorry, Dad, Simon said, shaking his head. I've stood by long enough. This has got to stop now. You're making a big mistake, Simon. No, you're the one making the mistake. You underestimated me for the last time. You're such a disappointment, Simon, Garrison said, sneering. Dirt, get this taken care of. Simon, too. I didn't know what surprised me most, that Simon really was a good guy, or that Garrison was such a cold-hearted killer that he didn't care about his son. I was still processing this information when I noticed Cooper inching closer to Dirt. I also saw that Garrison had relaxed his gun to his side during this heated exchange with Simon. All of a sudden, I heard Cooper scream, "Get down!" As I hit the ground, Cooper dove for Dirt, who looked shocked when Cooper tackled him and grabbed the gun. At the same time, Simon lunged for Garrison's gun and successfully grabbed it. I saw Cooper and Dirt wrestling on the floor, the gun still out of reach of both of them. I started to stand up when all of a sudden a gun went off and the sound of gunshots filled the air. Dropping back to the ground, I covered my eyes, praying the bullet hadn't actually hit anyone. I waited to hear something, anything, especially from Cooper, to assure me that he was okay, but it was hard to hear because everyone was yelling. Garrison and Simon were back to arguing, and as I started to get up to check on Cooper, after what seemed like hours, but was only seconds, I saw Garrison leaving. I couldn't believe that Simon would just let him go, but at the moment I was more concerned about Cooper. I looked around and saw both Cooper and Dirt lying face down on the ground. "Cooper! Oh my God!" I shrieked and ran over to where he was lying. "Cooper!" I said again, reaching out to touch him. I was so afraid he was dead. Just as I started to kneel down beside him, he rolled over and slowly opened his eyes. "So this is what it took to get you to admit you like me." "You jerk, and to think I was worried you were dead," I said, trying to act mad, but I didn't pull it off so well. He knew I had been truly worried that he might be seriously hurt, or even worse, dead. "Aha, that's the Presley I know and love," Cooper said softly. He wasn't happy he had been hurt, but if that's what it took to get her attention, then it was a nice byproduct. Just when I was about to make a smart-ass retort, the FBI burst into the room yelling, "Freeze!" That may have been helpful, say 10 minutes ago, I thought to myself. As the FBI darted through the place, Helen was still screaming. I looked over to see what the problem was, since the major drama was over. Helen was yelling at one of the FBI agents, and I couldn't really understand. Had she been hit? Then I saw Helen pointing at something, and all of a sudden, Helen's screams made much more sense. That stray bullet had gone right through her wonderful Prada bag. I sighed. "What's wrong, King? I'm fine." "Please, it's not you I'm worried about. Just look at that beautiful bag. What a waste." Cooper looked at me. I could tell he was trying to determine if I was joking or not. Then the FBI grabbed Dirt off the floor where Cooper had knocked him unconscious. They handcuffed him and read him his rights. He wasn't saying much, but he didn't look happy. I was glad he was handcuffed, but so sad that he had done this. "Thanks for the call, Cooper," said one of the FBI guys while handcuffing Dirt. "No problem, Hank. Give me a call later, will you? We got a few more things to discuss." "Sure." I looked at Cooper, and he knew what was coming. He said, "I'm sorry I didn't share everything with you, but I promise I will tell you everything now." "You are so going to pay, Cooper Sands." "Promise?" he teased. Chapter 25. "Dirt, you might as well tell us everything. We caught your friend Garrison, and we have more than enough on him to make him come clean if he wants a reduced sentence. Come on, this will go much better for you if you comply with our request, Dirt. You know it will." This was coming from Officer Schultz, who had not long ago reported to Dirt, but was now trying to keep the FBI from locking him up for good by getting Dirt to roll on Garrison Palazzo. He wasn't having much luck. "Why does it even matter now?" Dirt asked bitterly. "A lot of reasons, Dirt. A reduced sentence, maybe some more bargaining power. You want to separate yourself from Garrison and his pack of thugs as much as you can," Cooper said. Because of his involvement in tipping off the FBI, they were allowing him some leeway. Cooper was trying to talk some sense into Dirt, hoping to convince him to tell all he knew of Garrison's operations. But thus far, Dirt wasn't being overly cooperative. Personally, Cooper thought Dirt was just feeling sorry for himself. Once he came to his senses, Cooper was sure Dirt would realize it made much more sense to cooperate. "Dirt, Garrison's not going to protect you, and as soon as his lawyer gets here, he will be sure to throw you under the bus. Right now, though, the FBI is much more interested in using Senator Daniels' murder as leverage against him. For God's sakes, help yourself. Do you think you can get them to keep me here in the county while I'm waiting for all this to come to an end? Dirt asked, starting to come around to the idea that he needed to help himself out of this. I'm sure we can get that worked out, Cooper said. The FBI had already talked to the district attorney, and the DA had given them permission to further build the case against Garrison. Once they got Dirt talking, he talked non-stop for 3 solid hours. He had a lot of information on Garrison's hold on Senator Daniels and the subsequent murder plot. Dirt also had somehow become privy to a lot of Garrison's inner workings in his Vegas crime ring, and knew more than Garrison probably realized he did. Dirt was able to fill in some areas for the authorities, which was sure to buy him some goodwill at some point. Cooper thought it was such a shame that Dirt had chased the money in this direction. What a waste. Dirt, who we thought was our friend, had hooked up with Garrison Palazzo and had killed Senator Daniels in exchange for money. During questioning, Dirt revealed that Garrison had approached him after he heard of Dirt's stint in the military because of Simon. He wanted Dirt to monitor the senator, who owed Garrison a ton of money. Dirt, taken in by the prospect of what he felt was a lot of money for such an easy job, agreed to work for Garrison, not thinking it would soon turn into murder for hire. Once he realized how far in he was, he didn't see any way out of Garrison's clutches, so he planned on taking his money and leaving town, thinking no one would know it was him. After all, he was the sheriff. Unfortunately for Dirt, it didn't quite work out that way. The FBI caught up to Garrison as he tried to get to his car outside the warehouse. They had been building a case against him for a long time, and with Dirt's help would hopefully be able to put him away for a long time. To make things even more confusing, Chris thought that Helen killed the senator and was so in love with her that he wanted to cover for her. He had gone to talk to Senator Daniels the night of the murder about his decision to fire Toby. Helen had left the front door open for him so he could catch Tom by surprise. So when he arrived, he went right into the house and walked to the study. He saw that the senator was already dead and assumed Helen had killed him. Why? Because when he went and found Helen, she was distraught and hysterical. She played him. While never admitting that she killed her husband, she made it seem to Chris that she had. She knew that Tom owed the Palazzo family a lot of money and assumed they were the ones who had killed him. She wasn't about to make waves. She especially didn't want that known because she knew that Simon was working for Cooper. Simon, the one everybody thought was the killer, had wrangled a job with his old friend Cooper so that he could be with Helen. Simon and Helen had met one time when she was in Vegas with Tom. They had been having an ongoing affair. Helen really got around, though since her husband did too, who could blame her? It was hard to understand why Helen and Tom had stayed together if they were both unhappy in their marriage. Garrison kept pressuring Simon to kill Tom, saying it was his duty, but Simon, who wasn't very involved with the family anyway, refused. That's not the kind of person he was or wanted to be. That's when Garrison went to Dirt and made him an offer he couldn't refuse. Simon had been the one who chased me with the black Hummer, but he did it to try to scare me off because he was afraid that his father or Dirt might hurt me if I got too close to the truth. Bobby was repaying his debt to Palazzo by making it look as if he killed the senator. He was supposed to throw the authorities off the scent. Bobby had walked into the senator's study after Chris that night and also found the senator dead. Bobby had seen Chris leave, and he assumed that Chris killed the senator to have Helen all to himself. Toby had told him about Helen and Chris's affair, and Bobby told Toby that he saw Chris leaving the senator's study. He had also been the strange caller trying to scare me away on Garrison's orders. Dirt and Garrison were in jail, and Helen and Simon left for the Bahamas. Helen gave up on the idea of replacing Tom in the Senate. She had only planned on doing so because she was receiving pressure from the mystery man, Peter, one of Garrison's cronies, who still wanted that puppet on a string, which proved that paying off thugs won't always make them go away. Devastated, Chris crawled back to Katie, and she finally told me why she kept allowing him to come back, at least this time. She was pregnant. I didn't feel Katie needed to put up with such crap, even in that circumstance, but I also understood. Katie would always have that tie to Chris, and maybe he had learned his lesson, finally. Bobby and Toby had finally come out to everyone, and while Ruth was still trying to deal with knowing that her son was a homosexual, she was being supportive of both of them. Both Toby and Bobby just felt relief about not having to hide anymore. Cooper had begun to consider Dirt a suspect after he had talked to Simon. He had told the FBI where he was going after I called him, and they had put a wire on him. They had been tracking his every move, which was how they knew to come when they did. They were a little late busting in the room, but at least they finally made it. Now that all this was somewhat settled, I finally got up the nerve to ask Cooper about the murder charges in his past. He explained that he had just been in the wrong place at the wrong time and had pissed off the wrong people. He didn't go into too much detail, but I wasn't going to push. I knew he was innocent, and that was all that mattered, at least for right now. Chapter 26. Wow, what a week, I thought, sitting next to Cooper, his arms around me, on my favorite rock in the woods behind my parents' home. I had finally put the finishing touches on my article and sent it to Trevor, who was thrilled and promised it would be the feature article in the next issue. I had thought long and hard and finally took the angle of how good people can get involved in bad things. I chose my angle out of respect for Helen, and because I'd learned that many good people make poor choices, and that doesn't make them bad people. This angle also made me somewhat comfortable because no one would be overly upset or outraged by anything I wrote, which would make the police happy. Had Cooper not intervened, they might have stopped me from writing the article altogether. They had tried to say that it might impede their case against Garrison, but lucky for me, Cooper was a great guy, who might like me, at least a little. I was excited that I might finally be on my way to the writing career I had always wanted, though I had received a call from my old boss from McLaughlin, Gary, who said that the board had fired David Ritter and would like it very much if I would come back. Even though Gary was offering me David's job, the one I had thought I wanted for so long, it wasn't hard to turn down. At least I knew justice had been served, and that David wouldn't be harassing any more women, at least at that company. And about me and Cooper? When I thought for that split second that he might be hurt, I realized that I liked him a whole lot more than I thought. We hadn't had much of a chance to talk with everything else going on, but I hoped that we would now have that chance. I was going to stay at my parents' a little while longer so I could spend more time with Cooper and see what happened. "What are you thinking?" Cooper asked. Nothing really. Frankly, I'm tired of thinking." "Want some help clearing your mind?" Cooper asked mischievously. "What did you have in mind?" I answered playfully. Cooper leaned over and started kissing me with those wonderful, soft, yet strong kisses of his. Yes, this definitely would clear my mind. At least of any thoughts but of him. This has been Stilettos and Scoundrels, written by Laina Turner Molaski, narrated by Margie Lenhart. Copyright 2010 by Laina Turner. Production copyright 2012 by Laina Turner.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.